SVRE. SVRE Vision Wave, save Roan partner on defense tech.
PMCB.
LE. BATL.
EBTV.
EBTV.
fam? How we doing? It is Monday morning. Back at it in the grind. I had a feeling we have a pretty hot pre-market, and here we go with a few different tickers up this morning, a good amount. Battle's up 350%. BNAI, of course, up the crazy move it had on Friday, is still up 250%. And then you have GXAI up a decent amount, about 75-80% this morning. So some decent movers so far today. EVTV Battle obviously good as well. You know, of course, Battle's up 350%. What a great move here from the ones up to 680. Big move so far in pre-market. I don't know that we have found our runner yet, though. Maybe it may end up being EVTV. I just feel Battle is not going to be it. A lot of that, it's run too much on no news so far today. Battle has no news today, team. So this is one of those plays. I think maybe it had news on Friday, whatever this is. But again, this is more so just movement pump from pre-market there at the start of the day. Now, again, go back to Monday, or I should say Friday and after hours, I guess is when that news was put out. So this is on some news, I guess, but I mean, that news to go that far on, of course, you saw what it did on Friday, which wasn't much. This just all comes from BNAI. All this big move right here today, and anything we see today is from the BNAI move. Now, over 340, EVTV would watch that next leg up. All right, let's get through some levels here for you guys today. All right, good morning. Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. Stayed warm, stayed safe. Here we are back at Monday. I know it's really cold out for most of you across the board, and some of you are getting pounded with snow and whatever on the east and northeast. Stay safe out there. New runners today, GXAI, BATL, and EVT, although EVTV is kind of, not say new, we've been looking at it. Those are your new runners, though we weren't looking at least that on Friday. EVTV, Battle, and GXAI. We still have BNAI on the crazy move it made on Friday and after hours if you were around with us, when that went bonkers all the way up to around $70, $80, and I banked $3K as it did that. Move this morning as well, going to be on watch. That was Thursday's runner into Friday. We'll see if we do get any move from it, but a lot of the time, you can go back to even NAM from last week, which I have on watch. A lot of the times that second day, with the first day, it depends on what day we're at, but a lot of the time when we have that first day move, the second day isn't as big. Now, NAM was last week, so NAM Wednesday ran, then Thursday it ran. But that is, again, a play that's around $3 to $5. These plays that have been going from 5 to 20 and go back to SPHLs of the world, to Veros of the world, you name it. When those plays have been popping up, they've been giving back gains, and they just haven't been able to run the next day. And so I feel that's going to happen with Move today. All right, let's just go straight to it. Right now, the big bonker donker of the morning from Friday is BNAI. I had a huge bull flag where main resistance for me was around 62.30 is where I have a line in, and support is at 50. Well, that line at 50 ended up being almost a perfect bounce play this morning as we're bouncing at 51.50. So back under that line, watch for a move down, and this will have a good sell-off, in my opinion, back down to around, I don't see any support till around 40. Under 40, we go down to 37, and under 37, then you have another good crack zone all the way down to 26.50, down to 25. Now, on the way up with that line I have in at 7, we'll call it 63. Really strong resistance over that at 67.50. Now, over 67.50, watch for a pop-up to 75, and over that to 82. I don't think we'll see higher than this. Again, huge move that this made. This was one of those multi-day week runners we've been looking at here and there randomly. Then BNAI just went on a mega short squeeze on after hours on Friday. Huge move there. I doubt we get over 82 today, but if we do, watch for a pop-up to 85, and anything usually over that, she runs to 100. Go to EVTV just real quickly here because it just popping up. I'm trying to run over 340. Uptrend channel resistance there. Then we have a line in at 340 that we've been looking at EVTV over, of course, the past of the few weeks here as it's come back on down to the 150 range as it was popping on up, the weeks before that. So EVTV resistance over that 340 mark. Watch for a spike to 380. Over 380, we run to 4. Over 4 strong resistance comes in at 450 into 5, where she ran a couple of weeks ago. So 450 is the high from January the 20th. 490 is the high from January the 13th. Now, over that, watch for a continuation, but I doubt EVTV gets it today. If anything, maybe a slow and steady mover up to that 490 mark. Now, back down below where support at. Really, I would say watch for last Thursday's low to come into play this morning and be support. Last Thursday's low was right around 290. We've seen that 90-cent area become very key for stocks here recently. Under 290, which we see some support resistance being built in right around 3 today. Watch for a crack down to 260. All right, number one top gainer on the morning is U-shaping around, looking for that next leg up. Over 680 is BATL. So right now, BATL trying to get that next leg up. 52-week high is 360. So we've got to go back in time and try to find some movement here from BATL. Go back about 5 years here. See if we see anything over 680. And really just not a lot there. Over 680, watch for a pop up. Over 680, watch for a pop up today. 7 should be some resistance. Over 7, this has room to run. Over 7, watch for a pop up to 875 roll. This could finally make its way even to 10 BATL. Now on the way back on down, major support is right around 515 into 5 or 490. 515 into 490 support. Under that, watch for a crack down to 435. Under 435 to 420 area, it cracks down to around 4. Under 4, we go down to around 350. Play that popped up and now cracking back on down. Pretty decent here is GXAI. Good move in after hours on Friday. Won all the way up to around 160. Nothing great. Came all the way down to 110 this morning before we went skyrocketing from around 135 up to around 215, then ultimately to 265. Right now we're cracking a shelf we have in around 195. Watch for the move down to around 185. Under 185 we go down to around 175 to 170. Under that it fades off into Friday's after hours high to around 160. Oops, didn't press the record button. All right, next on the list is GXAI. Decent move in Friday and after hours from 1 to 160 area. Then we came down big time to 110 this morning. U-shape, cup and handle edition away and went bonkers from 135 to 2 plus. Of course, up to 265. Right now, we have a little bit of a shelf forming at around 195. It's kind of cracking it. It's holding its trying to in the 3-minute time frame. Underneath that shelf right there, which we're still confirming in the 3-minute time frame, it's a 195 shelf. Watch for the move down to first 185 and below that to 170. Under 170, she goes to Friday's after hours high of 160. On the way up, we have that magical 215, 220 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop to 240. And over 240, we get back up to 265 in that pre-market high. Over 265 in the pre-market high, we have looked at GXAI in the past. That was a runner earlier in the summer. That hit $3 pretty much on the dot, 296. So watch for GXAI to soak into that if we do get over pre-market high. Former runners from last week, let's go over to NAMM running this morning as well. Over 435 in pre-market high. Watch for a spike up to 485. Over that, then we run to 520 last Thursday's high of day. And over 520, we go to 570 in Friday's high of day. Or last Thursday's high of day was 520. Last Thursday's high of day is 520. So again, resistance on the way up here for NAM 440, 485.90, 525, and then 565. On the way down, major support, beautiful bottom today at right around 350. Most likely watch for rejection here at 430 to 440 and the move back down to around 4 to 395 for the bounce play. Below that, support at 350. And lastly here in small cap sector, MOVV, Friday's essential pre-market opening bell mover before BNAI took the mob. Over 1675, watch for a spike to 18 area. Over 18, we run to 1875, 1850. Over that, then we run to 20. Over 20, watch for a move up to 21, 2085 area. Over that, then we run to 2250. Over 2250, we see 24 in Friday's high. On the way down, beautiful support. I have a line in. We bounced there on Sunday, or right at the end of the day, actually on Friday. Yeah, it was on Friday. Right around 13. Now 13 is a little too low, but I do like that for a dip. Under, I would say watch for a crack under 15 for the move down to around 1440 to 1430. There's support there, and then support again at 13. And those will be your main runners right as of right now. And my watch list for small caps, of course, I'll come back around, take a look and see if we have anything else running. There are some other tickers up this morning: USGG, OPTT. Those are a couple other names out there that you want to keep an eye on. Of course, we may get former runners to pop in today. Let's hope we don't. You know, in the end, less names is better. Look what BNAI did all by itself without really anything else running on Friday when moved away, so to speak, from the mob. All the mob went to BNAI, and we had a great morning there. So, or a great day and afternoon into power hour, obviously, and the after hours. That's where you get your runner. All right. Let's go into the large caps. All right. All right, over to the large caps here today. We'll get into the SPY, see if we have anything nice here, possibly at the opening bell. SPY is in a really tight range from Thursday through this morning in pre-market. Lows coming in right around the 686.50 to 686.80 mark, with resistance really coming in strong right at 691. I don't think we'll stay trapped in this trend again today. We might though. You know, it's a good size $4 or $5 channel, so it's not like it's a small one, but we are trapped and caught in this channel for now. So resistance on the way up. I see 290 to 290.20. Over 290.20, watch for a spike into Friday and Thursday's high of 291. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 291. Watch for a move back up to 292. 291.85 to 292. And then over that, watch for a move back into somewhere right around 292.50. 292.50 ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, support is major right at the 688 mark. 688 to 687.50. Somewhere right around there strong. I would say right around 687.80 to be more exact. Under 687.80, we go down to 687. And under 687, we'll say 687 to 680, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day cracks back down to 685 to 684.75. I'm missing everything. Apple pretty ugly as well, like we talked about here, team. Again, if it gets over 252, would be the key today. So over 252 in that pre-market high, and the reason I'm going to go ahead and alert it because we have a good spike here in pre-market over 252, which actually I really want to consider my normal high of day, especially if we crack back under 251 here in pre-market and move back below the VWAP and the 9 EMA. So I'm going to stick with that. 252 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 252.80 to 253, and then over that to 253.75. I'm going to go 253.75 ultimate high of day. If we get a good surge at the bell and we run straight up to that, watch for a move potentially to 255 today then overall. On the way down, like I talked about, 251 is going to be key. If we crack that, she's coming back on down to 250.25. Under that, then she comes down to 250 or 249.75, and below that, then to 249.30. 249.30 area, the high from Friday, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes to 248.75, and then ultimately to back to pre-market low at 248. Ultimate low of day there. 1 second and be right back. All right, back on the mic. Back on the mic. Back on the mic. Turn that shit off there. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. I didn't miss anything so far. Sorry, I stepped off the mic for half a second there. I will say this real quickly. Just going back to the small caps real quickly before I finish off large caps. I always kind of like back and forth, make sure I'm not missing anything. The only thing I would say would be watch for Battle. Battle here with this U-shaped kind of cup and handly-ish look to it. Definitely has breakout potential written on it here in pre-market, as nothing else is really grabbing the mob into the opening bell. Just as alerted to as well for you guys, perfect alert there. Did go a little higher, but NAM with that double top look for a pullback down to 4, working out perfectly right there. Move's not doing nothing. We're not really missing anything. All right, let's get the more large cap tickers here. We'll go over to now AMD. Nice, good staircase up here over the past couple of weeks from Monday before last, and it's just been on the climb from 200 up to 267. I go back and look at that now going, wow. Imagine going long that day at 200, just going, okay, you know, I'll stop myself out if it goes below, you know, 198. Give yourself a $2, maybe $3 risk reward, risk to reward is this. You make $67 just to risk, like, okay, it cracks below 197. I'll give it a 30-minute time, whatever, right? Oh my good gosh almighty, what a beautiful move here. On the way down today, have resistance becoming support off Friday or Thursday's high at 255. Really soaking down, then the lower shadow runs into Wednesday's high of day at 253. That'll be your normal low of day. Last Wednesday's low, pre-market low. Under 253, watch for a crack down to 251.50, and under that down to 250 or 49. 249 ultimate low of day. 253 normal. On the way up, strong resistance at 260. Pre-market high, resistance in power hour and after hours on Friday. Normal high of day at 260. Over 260, watch for a good pop into 260.80, and over that then to 262.50. Over 262.50, we're going to 264. Not quite to Friday's high, 264, ultimate high of day. Over to BABA now, team. Looks like a great short opportunity. Watch this back under 169. 169 for the short, in my opinion. Looks pretty darn good for BABA this morning. Under 169, watch for the crack. Down to 167.60. Under 167.60, which is the high from a couple of Mondays ago. Watch for the move down to 167.30, the low from last Thursday before last. 167.20, 167 area, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 166.20 to 166, ultimate lows there. On the way up today, watch over 170.30. Watch for a decent spike here out of the gate too as well. I would say we most likely go easily to 171.35, and then over that we go to Friday's low at 172.30. 172.30, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 172.80, ultimately to 173.50. Over to B and B here. Really, really tight. I don't like BE, honestly, for a day trade. Starting to get tight, starting to get really trappy. Play double tops, play reversals. That's what B's full of. So that's what I would be looking for, really. Either the move out of the gate, which it looks good, back over 144 for the breakout, or a good short would be back under 140.25. So other than that, use those two levels for long or short for B, E, and B. What are you doing, big boy? Oh, you coming over to say hi? Oh, it's a big Merlin. Hi, I'm talking over here and doing work. You know, you're such a sweetheart. You're such a sweetie. God, you're so sweet. Let me finish these levels and I'll give you a little love before I go live, okay? Yeah, okay. I love you. You're so sweet. Yeah, such a sweet boy. All right, Google's getting pretty ugly and choppy too, not becoming much great in the day trade manner. And so also where we're at in this chart. I don't like it for a long, and for a short, I get a little worried that we have a few levels to worry about. Under 326, though, watch the move to 325.50, and under that down to 324. 324 will be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch for the crackdown somewhere around 320. I like this to the bottom side, be careful to the top side. Meta looking like it wants to surge over Friday's high of day. Came down to a line I have in around 654.20, 654 area, bouncing on that on Sunday's movement. Now kind of almost inverse head and shouldering on the way up. So looking good for the breakout. Over 666.50. So over Friday's high of day of 666.50. Watch for that squeeze up to 670. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, watch for move up to 672.50. On the way down, we have support right at 660. Under 660, watch for the crack down to 657. 657 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 655.50. And under that, then down to that mark I'm talking about, right around 653.50. Ultimate low of day there. Oh, I got right back to you. Sorry, I had to let Merlin outside. What's up, Aussie Chick T-Web? How we doing? Surviving the cold out there. The ones that are. Aussie Chick doesn't even know what cold is out in Cali. Maybe. Sometimes. Very rarely, though. Ooh. Ooh, NVDA. Last couple of days, and I don't think I've had it on my list for a reason. Just go look at the last 2 trading days. Absolutely horrendous day trading material here for NVDA. It's really become more of like I've said, a long-term investment. There are days that I think we can get some good day trades in for you guys, but most part, NVDA is really starting to turn into what I'll probably start doing is looking for gold or mineral plays, and maybe silver. Start breaking that down for you guys, because yeah, NVDA, ugly. Speaking of gold and silver, watch for another leg up today in a really tight flag today. SLV here. Watch for that squeeze over 100, 150. Would take it to a nice new level. I think this is obviously all-time high. Silver has just been on a tear over the last year. If you look at last summer, we were just like we have been. We just kind of floating along in the 20s, whatever. We never really doing too much. You go back to last April through really April before last. So you can go to April 2024 through April of last year. We're getting no higher than 30, staying in the 25, 30 range, and then we just squeeze up to 90, all the way up to now almost 100. We are at 100, I guess I really should say. So watch this for the next leg up, over 150. Watch for that move up today. It's had some nice, good $3, $4, $5 days at times. This could easily see a move up to 102.50, if not 105 today. What is this ugly mess? PLTR, same thing. Pretty darn choppy and ugly. I do like the bottom support here. Resistance up top, leave it alone. But I like this back under 167.30. Under 67.30, watch the move down to 166 and below that to 165. Major support there for your long bounce. Normal low of day. Under 360 or 165, watch for move down to 163 for your ultimate low of day. All right, let me go check on Merlin real quickly, because it is absolutely stone cold ridiculous outside. It says right now let's see, the temperature outside is 7. What's the real feel? What's the wind chill? Real feel is 4. Let me go Merlin. Hold on. I'll throw a picture of hot water up in the... Yeah, right. Back to small caps real quickly. NAMM trying to take off, so keep NAM on watch there. Over 450. This would get some legs to go. So NAMM, NAM there. Keep this on watch for that next leg up. I called it out on the dot what to look for. That reversal, a double top at 440. Come down and get a bounce off of 4. I don't know who took it. Beautiful call there. Yes, actually, yeah. A good alert, actually, on my Discord there. Someone asked me about Amazon looking kind of for liftoff, and it does, actually. Amazon has some room to run there over the 240 marks on kind of that bull flaggy-ish look. Over 240 in pre-market high, 240.35 area. Watch for a squeeze up to 240.40, and then or 240.140, and then up to 242.65. Then couldn't make its leg up over 240.65, back up to 244.50 to 245 area. So keep your eye on Amazon today, especially if you can hold this 237.80 mark. Cool. Go over to the Qs now. All right, over to the Qs now as we work our way through. Oh my gosh, so freaking choppy. This went so choppy. Over to 623, watch for a spike to 623.80. Over 623.80, watch for a move up to 624.85 to 625. Friday's high of day, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes back to Friday before last high of 625.50, and then over that watch for move up just over 626 to 626.50. 626.50 ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, this choppy mess of headache medicine. Ugh, this is really tough to read here. I would say support's going to be right around 620.70. Under 620.70, we go down to around 620 or 619.20. 619.20 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 618.35 and ultimately landing on Thursday's low of 617.80-ish area. All right, lastly, over to Tesla here this morning. Pretty much caught in a trap too as well. I like this to the bottom side a little bit more to the top side, but top side we'll start with it over 46.50-ish area. Watch for a pop up to 40, the high of day from last Friday, which is 47.30. 47.30 is pre-market high, so keep an eye on that. Over 47.30, that's where you get a good pop, in my opinion, somewhere to 48.80 to 49. Over 249 or 449, watch for a spike up, which will be my normal high of day, 448.75, roll to 449. Ultimate high of day then lands it back up somewhere close to last Thursday high of day, a couple of Tuesdays high of day, a couple Tuesdays ago high of day, a couple of Mondays ago high of day, right around 451.50, almost into Friday's high of day for your ultimate high of day. On the way down, support is right around 443.25. Under that, we crack down to Sunday's low of 442, 441.80, normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then lands us all the way back down to around 439. 439 to 438.50, ultimate low of day. What to trade at the bell for large caps? Well, going back through these tickers, there's really just a couple of them that I like. AMD's pretty tight this morning. We talked about that one as well. BABA's my favorite, though. BABA and Meta. BABA for that short back under 68.75. Does look like it wants to crack back at the bell. And then I would be watching Meta here over Friday's high of day for some boot, scoot, and boogie up to 670, if not higher. For small caps, well, I just kind of reiterated what to look for there. Battle potentially, that U-shape cup and handle look over 680 could take the mob. If that doesn't, we do have NAMM that's loaded up at the 4 dip here, not giving that up in the VWAP. Looks like it could squeeze at the bell. So I'm sitting back waiting. Who's going to take the mob at the bell? Who's going to give me the best bounce opportunity at the bell? Right now, setting up for best bounce opportunity would be right down at for Battle at $5.15 to $5. Or if Battle can squeeze over this pre-market high, We have a lot of resistance from around 650 into around 680 that we could surround with a bounce potential. Those are my favorite plays at the bell. I'm going to leave BNAI alone. I usually don't like to run over to it on day 2 after I made $3,000 on it on Friday and after hours. I'll leave it alone today and just watch it with popcorn medicine. My favorite plays right now at the bell are going to be Battle and NAM. Small caps, boom, and NAM here could be popping any minute, team. NAM could be popping any minute here, team. Let's go to T-Web Battle. Yes, 5's it, man. 5's the bounce area. 5 is the dip buy for BATL. So if you're going to trade Battle, I would go with 5 out of the gate because how hot it is, and then below that, I like the 4.2430 area would be the other play for Battle. Just trade, put the lines in and just trade those, trade that chart. Right now, NAM is looking to take the mob, so what I'm going to do is get rid of GXAI, and we're going to go to NAM over here, because NAM is looking like it wants to take that leg up. GXAI over here now, again, really flat. And then we do have NAM starting to take a little bit of that mob. Loaded up. Perfect dip buy right there for NAM, honestly. This 4 reversal, or 440.50 reversal off of this pre-market high did go a little higher. I wouldn't really take the short, but what I would want is that a pop up and then a reversal right back down into this 4.395 area. That dip buy for NAM was absolutely perfect, and that's what I like. This is what I'm looking for each day. We move up, we reverse, we come right back down after 3-4 candles. We go up a good 50-60 cents. Those quick reversals back on down are beautiful. NAM here, team, resistance on the way up. As we talked about, it's going to be strong at 490. So 490. $490, $525, then $570. There we go. Alrighty. Y'all ready for a fun day? With some fun snow this week. And a lot of sleet mixed in with our snow, so it made it like it wasn't as fun to drive in. It's still fun, but it's not as fun. Obviously, if you have just straight snow, oh, good God almighty. Love it. All right, let me take a quick little break, get my hat, get the mic, get the camera going, rocking and rolling. I'll be back here in just a minute, put the countdown on for you guys. Be back here in just a minute. Right before the opening bell, right at the opening. I don't want to trade anything at the opening bell today. I'm just going to sit back. The only thing I do like forming is going to be Battle. Battle looks good there if it could squeeze over 680 and make that next leg up to, say, 758. And then we can come down here and get some bounce opportunity for BATL. All right, I'll be back here in just a minute. What's up, fam? How we doing? Battle. Yeah, I just don't like the way it's moving there for whatever. I'm just not a big fan of the way it's moving. I don't know. It doesn't like it right now out of the gate. I am going to put Battle over here in EVTV. I'm going to go to Battle right here, 3-minute time frame. We'll go EVTV. Kind of reminds me of Friday's start where no one really has the mob right now. It's kind of gross. Yeah, it's just kind of gross. It reminds me of, well, the weather this week. Oh, the weather was not bad. It sucked when it sucked. Sweet. Heck yeah, I got to do. Okay. That when it was coming down was always at night. Like, that's what sucks. I love when it's during the day. That's the only thing that sucked about this snow. Literally round one didn't start happening until, like, we stayed up until like 1:30 on Friday into Saturday morning. Literally hoping it would finally, and it just never really came down. It wasn't about till like 6, 7, 8 in the morning. You could just hear it hitting the window. And that's when I knew it was like, because at first it was snow. And it's like, it was so funny. It started with snow, turned to sleet round one. And it was done by the time, because we were up so late, we woke up. By the time we woke up, it was still coming down. And it was actually kind of snowing, which was cool. So it went from sleet, snow, or snow, sleet to snow. Round two was the same thing, where it started as snow, went to sleet, and at the very end, it all came down. Most of the time, most of the precipitation was like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the morning. Something along those lines was when the heavy precipitation was. So this is what sucked about this storm. It was like always at night. Or both not, it was that, but anyway, so I was like, what the heck? I like it when it happens during the day. The last one happened mostly at night too as well. So the one that happened last year actually it started to come down at least around 4, 5, 6, somewhere in there. And then by the time I went to bed, it still wasn't that heavy. And then we woke up to Winter Wonderland. So, and it was still snowing. And that was the cool thing about the round one of last year. It was like this year, but it didn't sleet. It just snowed. So by the time I got up, because I have the video, remember I showed you guys on Friday, and it was about to finish, essentially snowing when I got out to have fun with it last year. Oh, halted up. So NAM is taking the mob. So NAM here halted up. All right. So NAMM halted up. BNAI halted down. All right. 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 Started here at 5:30, 10:30, and then stopped here. There you go. Nice. Knock on wood, we didn't get any here. Yeah, we got, I would say we got it, well, I showed you guys the pictures if you got them on disc, whatever. We got about, most areas probably around 7 inches. Solid 6, 7, 8 inches no matter where you were. Of the 6, 7, 8 inches, I would call 70% of it to 60% of it sleet. It was it was probably 30% snow, maybe 35% snow at most, and the rest, and mostly, and then it was blowing. The wind was blowing so hard, like we had one drift in front of our house where it drifts and kind of mounds up and slowly builds up. Not up fully against the house too, which was kind of crazy that it didn't even do that up against the house, but it had drift areas where it got up to almost 2 feet, like where I could get, because it was so. Usually snow goes straight through, but you could tell it was a lot of sleet because I was trying to put the tape measure through and it wasn't going through in the super deep end. But luckily I did it at a 13-inch mark. So I got 13 inches, and then I showed the mound beside it in the video. The mound has to be an easy 5 inches taller. So it's about I'd say about 1.5 feet, 18 to 20 inches, in some drift areas, which is, they called it for what we got. They were on the dot. I was kind of skeptical at first if we were actually going to get that much. Overall, I'm like, yeah, they called it. We were on that border of getting around like 5, 6, 7, 8. And some had us, we were on the border of getting 6 to 8, right? Somewhere I was like, okay, we'll see. We were right there. We got actually on the higher end of that, the 7 to 8 area. And it was nice. It was nice. BATL moved down to around 5:15 to 5 in that VWAP. So BATL's the one to keep on watch. Today I'm super busy, team. And this is unfortunately, this is another week where I just have a ton of stuff going on between one-on-ones, trade the pool, etc. So this week I'm crazy busy. Finally, next week I'm back to being able to stream live longer, yada, yada, yada. But today I have a one-on-one at the top of the hour here in 25 minutes. Then I have TTP meeting right after that. So it's a lot like 2 weeks ago, if you remember, where I had that crazy Monday. But my whole week's going to be like this. Oh, we're going to go straight to a halt up. Straight into a halt up. Straight into a halt up. Straight into a halt up. Here we go. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Halted up. So we do have NAM halted up, team. NAM is halted up at 13 or 33.13. That'll come live at 38.13. 38.13. We'll have some strong resistance as we move into 520s, and then again 570. Of course, looking for a dip buy. If you're, me, what I'd be looking for is a bounce back off of old highs today, somewhere between, if this can spike up and hold, I would go 445 to 430. 445 to 430 would be then your dip buy for NAM there. Got it, team? Has anyone, and by the way, you can do copy accounts on Trade the Pool now. I think you can just have up to one extra one. I have to look into it. It's on eval, so I need to open up an eval and actually test out the copy thing. Because I don't know, haven't you guys tried the copy rule? That's pretty fucking cool. Now you can actually start copying accounts, which I would really love to do. Got CR Trader getting a little short at the bell there. Just the sell off from Battle. The sell off from Battle on down. Going in heavy, 5,000 shares. Going in huge. Oh, I remember those days. I remember those days. I remember those days. They were fun, they were good, don't you know? I just love those days. Going in 5,000 shares. Remember, like a few times going in 7,000 and 8,000 shares. Absolutely bonkers. All right, so I like the area we're at. So bounce plays for NAM 445 to 430, 510 to 5 on, or 4. You can even go down to around 490, 510 to 490 for Battle. Trying to get this. Oh, I was wondering what was going on there. Let's get this down. Not anything, obviously, this morning here. And oh my gosh, so there goes the dip by NAM. I did not put orders in because I did not think we would drop that fast. Did anyone get filled on NAMM? Did anyone just get filled on NAMM right down to my mark? Right down to our bounce area. So that already happened here. That may crack through too. So let's see if it needs to get back above 455. I do like the bounce play, how fast that came down out of that, halt down there. That may be a little scary though for some traders, and I get it. But this is the bounce area. Down into, honestly, since I'm not worried, like I don't have orders to get filled, I like the $4 mark where we bounced earlier as well. So I'm actually, since I am not trying to get filled now, since we're at the area, I'm not going to market order in. I don't like doing that. I feel like I'm forcing a trade. I am going to put orders right now at 4. So I'm going to surround 4 for NAM for a bounce play. So 4 into 407. We'll put an order at 407. And I'll put orders right around 397 as well. So essentially surrounding that 10 cent area, Namacito for a bounce play. Another bounce opportunity would be Battle. Battle, though, is holding up in the 6 mark. We'll see if it comes back down. The high 5 should see if it comes back down around the 505, 510, 490 mark there. The one that you have that isn't mine yet, I thought we canceled one before another. No, I haven't. No, that's why I couldn't do yours, remember, because I go live now. I don't know how you got that one, because it's not even, like I said, I can show you I would have to log back in, but on my website, you can't even book that time, so that was really weird how that was opened up, unless I did that on accident, possibly. And maybe I did. Anyway, but that's, I was like, how did you even book that? I was like, yeah, no, you're good. I was like, how did that even happen? Like, but no, I always have the hour for on Mondays, unless I block it, I have 9 my time or 10 Eastern open. That's always open. That's already booked. Then I have my TTP meeting every other Monday at then 10:15 my time. So it's like go live. That's why I try not to do one-on-ones on Mondays for the most part anymore, unless it's the Monday I don't have the TTP meeting, and I would try to do it later on a Monday, like an hour and a half after the opening bell, essentially, right? So but today's I got the TTP meeting. So anyway, this was already booked forever ago. So it's one of those things where you have someone book it forever ago, like they booked it sometime last year before I undid the whole, which I finally have got my schedule set so you guys can go book the times and I kind of mark stuff off because I used to have times open like, oh, I might want to change that. That's not going to work. And so now you guys have whatever's open's open. And then if it's not open and you want to squeeze in, like I tell you guys, reach out to me and I'll see if I can't fit you in. Right now, Mob is everywhere. No one has the Mob. I say Mob is everywhere. I would say possibly Battle has it. If we're going to have a play that possibly has the Mob, I'm not seeing another ticker take it at the bell. We talked about Baba. How was the short there? Didn't do shit. Love it. Glad I didn't miss it. Meta did get over yesterday's high of day and about hit 670, which I called for, and that immediately got flattened right back on down. So not missing anything there. GXAI, AVTV, flat. BNAI, why I'm leaving it alone? Well, you can see why I'm leaving it alone. I think the only good play so far I've seen has been, which I know CR Trader loves that opening bell sell off from these plays that are up so much. That's a strategy and worked. Or a bounce play, and the bounce at 4, I said, and I put this out on the morning alerts, and even you guys said, watch for a pop up, watch for a double top look, and then watch for a move back down to 4 and a bounce play at 4. And this bounce play at 4 for EVTV led to a $1 ripper in about 30 minutes, right? A beautiful move. So I'm going for the same area again for a bounce play. Any questions you guys have, let me know. I know you're good, C-Web. Very good. You're good. And then, the time I have off today, because it's completely sunny out. So it's going to, blind you. But it's like going to the beach. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Florida, Gulf of Mexico. Sorry, beaches in Florida there. Pretty much the whitest and prettiest you're going to have in the United States. They're definitely prettier than California beaches. I'm talking about the sand and how clear the water is. Alabama's are nice, but once you get into, that panhandle side of Florida going all the way down on that Gulf side, oh my God. We're talking white sand, blinding. My point being, one of the girls we took before, Avery, one of Avery's friends, she was like, oh my God, she thought it was snow. She was like, looks like because you pull up when you're getting, because it's so, oh my God. And then days like today, my point being, when it's sunny out and you see that white sand, I mean, it is blinding. You have to put sunglasses on or you're just like this. Same thing with snow. When it snows out and then it's nothing but sunny outside, oh God, it's blinding. So anyway, gonna have to try to have some fun, some snow today. It's gonna stick around. It's so damn cold, and we got so much of it. And that's what you should have seen all the posts on Facebook. Man, kids ain't going back to school anytime soon. It is a lot of it in some spots. And then again with that sleet that we got, it makes it harder to drive. Because I went out and just trying to show people because I have a lot of people that follow me on Facebook. There's that bounce play like I was talking about. Did go a little lower at 420, and I just feel NAM's bouncy today. I like it. Maybe it stays in range bound and gives us lots of bounces. I'm going with 4 into 390. I like this bounce play right here. But yeah, they're like, hope you got plenty of groceries. But anyway, it's not safe. It's not really that safe to drive. It's not like we got snow. It's snow. You can get out with your car and point me. And it was so funny. Avery yesterday, she was like, oh, Josh, I was in the bathroom shower. I think I was in the shower. Whatever I was doing. It was yesterday, the day before. Maybe it was the day before. But our neighbor, their driveways across the street, and even ours, the way they built the houses are kind of mounded up. We're not flat. It's, you kind of have to go up a little bit. Our driveway definitely has an incline. She was like, oh, she was laughing. She was like, they couldn't get up. They kept having to go up and they were coming back down. They kept going up. They were in a car. It was so funny. Damn, good bounce play on NAM. I had my order, still my orders lower. Good bounce play on NAM. So again, I like NAM today. That's the one I'm liking the most for a bounce play. And I want you guys to stick with that too. Even when I get into the one-on-one, yada, 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 I'm going to be alerting you guys, obviously, right here on the stream, on the Discord. Hey, you're going to see when I get into a trade. I'm going to let you know. It's not safe to drive. So it's do you get out and get groceries? Do they people even delivering? Because when I went by it was really odd. I was like, maybe there was like, there's no way. Point man, I think Walmart shut down the to-go on Friday, because Friday I had to get out. Remember, you guys had to do something at lunch on Friday. We're on one last errand. I went over to maybe Pets, PS, I forgot what I went to. And I passed the Walmart to go to kind of go out the back way. There's a back way to get out of the shopping center, and no one hardly uses it, thank God. And everyone goes out to and there'll be like 100 cars deep at this light. It's so fucking annoying. So I go out the back way, and it takes a little longer, but you'll as in to get home that way, but not when there's traffic. If there's traffic and you have to wait at that light, it'll be way longer than going the back way. So I go the back way. When I go the back way, I see the Walmart to go. There's not the doors are shut, and it's like blackish looking. And there are no cars, not one car in the Walmart to go. You know Walmart to go, they have like 50, 60, 80 spots. I was like, did they really already shut down Walmart to go? And they may have on Friday because it came in that night, but yeah. More sell-off here. Halted up again. Oh, what a bounce play. This is why I wanted a bounce play. It did go a little lower. I don't know if that would have stopped us out on this bounce area at 445 to 430, but this had bounce written all over it, and that's like, if this comes down a little more off this, there's no way this doesn't bounce. Okay, so Nam, just going back to this team real quickly, I like this play. This is my favorite play of the day so far for a bounce play or even movement. I'm not seeing anything else across the board. Chef had a good call out there in pre-market again about GXAI looking like it could possibly sell off here. It has that look to it, and it did pop back up after a sell-off at the opening bell around that magical 215, 220 mark. And where we have a lot of resistance at, that's another decent trade there at the bell. If you got the GXAI short reversal at 215, 220, not bad. Since since EVTV is not doing a damn thing, I will go to GXAI here and show you what I'm talking about. And you can see this pretty nice, good resistance there into this 420 mark. So we get the sell-off at the bell. We come popping back up just to come right into this fail zone where we failed nicely down here before. This is where you take profit. As you can see, this is where we reversed here to there. This is a reversal zone, right? You risk getting back over 225 and you stop yourself out. If it gets over 225, then unless you have a big boy account, you can just add in because it is not that far away. If you're getting in at 215, then if it gets to 230, you don't add in at 220. You add in up here if it gets there. That way it gives you a 220 fill, right? So then you get in at 235 to 250. And this is where you'd start averaging in again, hopefully with maybe getting a 230 overall fill depending on where you get filled at. But you can't go too heavy because the heavier you get, then the cards start stacking up against you. Becomes a little riskier. But a good short at the bell. This just selling straight on off. We talked about this, or I did in the morning alerts. Now, it did come back up over 50 after cracking 50, but I had a feeling if it cracked this area, it was just coming all the way down to 40. And here she comes on down here. This almost running with momentum makes me want to jump in. It's kind of where that FOMO starts to come in for myself. Like, God, this just can easily just jump in 1,000 shares. That's what I did. I did 1,000 the first time, and then I did 500 on 500 shares on Friday when I got in on that move up. And we can go back over that trade real quickly here. I got in on this bull flag, on this squeeze up here, right through here, on a little quick little dip. I first got filled in this area for the breakout. My first entry was terrible. It was like a quick wick up. I got filled in this, and it came down. I got filled here. And so I had an overall entry almost right around where my red line is at, and that just comes from past chart history. And so when it kept popping up into these areas, I'm like, I just need to take my profit. And so I did. I got about over 1,000 shares. I got a little over $1. I forgot what it was. It was like about $1,400, $1,500 trade. I thought we were going to do this, though, and I knew it. I was like, if I just would have held a little longer, it came back down, probably would have worried me a little bit there for sure. And once we squeezed up over this area, I knew we were going to hit 50. So we came up, this big rejection, like, okay, that's going to be it. No. As soon as we soak back down and up, and I tell this to so many traders, even to, Saline who trades futures, I'm like, when I see this and we push right back on up, I'm like, I'm getting in. This is going to squeeze. I immediately got in. I couldn't get in anymore. I was trying to get filled. I got filled like 500 shares somewhere in these two candles. And then it started racing up. I wish I would have gotten filled more. I was hoping for a little bit more, like when, one of these kind of guys back on down, possibly a little bit further, but that was it. 500 shares in this, when it ripped up, I sold in the 48s. I knew it hit 50. I didn't want to take my chance. I was in this candle, obviously in the 1 minute time frame, just kind of going back to it. I know because it wasn't at 50 yet. But still, 500 shares, then boom, another almost $2,000 trade. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And now see, there's even more sell off there. Like I said, could have just jumped in even right there when I was talking about it around, was it 41, 40-ish, somewhere in there. And then boom, 1,000 shares, could have just made a quick $1,000 bucks. That's why I love trading these. If you know what you're doing, if you can just get in with momentum areas. know that they're going down to the next line, to the next line, to the next line. You can just get in 1,000 shares and then boom, shakalaka. I'm going to move GXAI, though, up top real quickly. We're going to put GXAI here, and then we're going to move BNAI down below. So GXAI is going to go here. Not GXAI, NAM. NAM. NAM's going to go here. Halt it up, and then we're going to go down here to BNAI as it just continues to crack away. And it might even flush for more here will BNAI. I feel like I'm chasing now, at this point, but BNAI, beautiful reversal. I'm not surprised it's given back this much at the bell. Really should have been one of those things that you just say, hey, I'm going to go and not go 1,000 shares, but I'm going to go in 100 if we crack under 50 there. But that's the thing why you go so small, because you get in on the halt down, it boom, and then right back on up. Then the sell-off comes. So it has been a little bit. I knew once this sell-off was inbound here, you just get that momentum. The same thing just going back to Friday. When you get this momentum, you just soak up to these next levels. And we're literally doing that right now with BNA. Look at this. Oh, it just makes you want to jump in with 1,000 shares. You get in 1,000 shares, you get down to $1, $1.50, and then boom. I'm going to leave my orders down below here at 4 on GXAI. I keep saying that. Every ticker I'm calling right now is GXAI for some stupid reason. Oh, that is hilarious. But for NAM, right now the 200 or the 50 EMA that you guys love so much here recently is actually at that mark. Is at the $4 mark. So I'm going to stay down low. If you want to go at this 440, 430, this area again, I get it. And that would be the area to go for to start off with. And it depends on how long it stays up. And then again, when that 50 moves up, I may move my orders to here. So 435 to 420. And then you have 4 into around 385 for support. One other leg down here for finally speaking of GXAI. Rolling. Got other cousin getting some good profit in today with NAM. Good job, other cousin. Got the long there. Got the long earlier. Good job on NAM. Did get the dip buy, so other cousin got the dip buy we talked about. He got it in this area, let it ride out a little bit, and whammy. Good job there, boss. Good job. Like I said, when I feel these bounces coming, they're coming. They are coming. Absolutely. All right, any questions you guys have? Nothing since T-Web and the one-on-one alert 13 minutes ago. You guys good? If you're going for the bounce play, I'm going with NAM. If you want to go with Battle, I'm leaving Battle alone. I was trying to decide in that battle, truly in my mind, who I was going to take for the bounce play today. But this is your bounce area for Battle. We are at the 50 EMA. So right at the 50 EMA as well. And we have this bounce support earlier. You can see there at 510. Into this area around 490-ish, 5. So this is where you'd want to look for a bounce play. I'm going to stay on the hot ticker for now. Battle I don't have that feeling for it. I don't like it as much. But Battle's definitely on watch for a dip buy right here. The other area down below, T-Web talked about earlier, around 430 into 420. Looking like I'm going to move my orders up for Battle. So, not Battle. I ever calling every ticker the wrong one. I'm moving my orders up for NAM. So NAM, I'm going to start moving my orders up here, team, to the bounce area that we just saw. So NAM here, getting some orders moved up. See if we can't get filled there. Somewhere right around this area. So right around 430 to 425. 430 to 425 for NAM. Like CR Trader and myself have talked about, you can look for shorts up top. We've got 2 areas that really come into play here. And this is the main one. But 530-ish area, we really start to see some resistance. And then again at 570. So 530 and 570 resistance for NAM. I like the bounce play down low, so I'm waiting for the bounce play. Battle is at its support bounce play, right at the whopping 50 EMA tied up together there. More reversal on BNAI. That was I was gonna say, if you like a little, I know unfortunately it's down too much at this point, but I'm saying that's another possible trade to be had. It definitely has that look. It wants to crash off and go for more. I just feel like you're chasing at this point, so just be a little careful. And even when I chased on Friday, but that's when the momentum was there. I mean, we all saw it. It's one of those things where I trade the 35 to 50 rule like we talked about, and I spread the word on that lesson on Friday again for you guys. Let's see if this line doesn't come into play. This 485 mark looks pretty nice. We've had some reversals there. I guess this comes into last week when we were looking at the last few days of stock trading. I'm going to stick down here, 430, 420-ish area. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Still a little... Got SLGB halted up. All right, so previous runner here, SLGB. Let's see, SLGB is halted up here. SLGB halted up. Do we have news on it? No, SLGB halted up out of nowhere. Got that halted up out of nowhere. See if we have anything else moving. Go through some more tickers over here. No. Still a little butthurt about yesterday's game. Absolutely should have won the game. I don't know how. Again, that's where I go back to the NFL's written like some damn wrestling match, because Avery loves this when it comes on. She's like, oh, there's new episodes. Like the WWE, I forgot. It's on Netflix. They've got like this is like the second season, I guess, released sometime recently, and she saw that. She's like, ooh. I was like, oh my God. Like, I swear, just seeing the behind the scenes, and then I'm like, if WWE can do this, imagine what the NFL can do with all its money. I'm like, it's kind of gotten ridiculous. But anyway, still bitter about yesterday's game. Should have easily have won. Great game though. I think it was 2 good games. I didn't watch the second one, but 2 good games. Shocking ratings. They won it. They want those ratings, man. It's all about the ratings anymore. Hurts the heart though. It's like, oh, come on. Going for it on 4th down when you have the lead, just kick the field goal. Quarterback doesn't take a sack. He throws it with 2 hands. Like what are we doing? Go past Andre. Well, dude, come on. If you watch the game, bro. Second quarter, what are you kicking a field goal for? Why aren't we kicking the field goal? Now again, he's got to make it, but it was just he was so close. You think he's making that one in the second quarter before the elements come in. Then when we have the fumble, what's he doing? Just take the sack. Like, why would you even... There were those moments in the game where and then the dime he threw on the one drive for the touchdown, but then he would do that stuff. That's just like, what are you doing? Just take the sack. Any smart quarterback knows you were trained for this every single day. Now, again, granted, you get put in a situation like a new trader, right? Anyway. It was, there were moments in it where it's a head scratcher for sure. Very much a head scratcher. Easily were the better team yesterday. I mean, defense shut May down. I mean, shut him down. Absolutely. Of course, it wasn't the second half. And then you're missing field goals. And then it's just a couple of things. Game was a head scratcher. It just, then you go back and look at it all and you're like, yeah, that game, man, it's so manageable to write and script something like that is my point. It's hard to script, 41, 30, or 38 barn burners, a lot of the time. But again, like you've seen players they've been caught, like the ones in college here recently, that they literally, which is crazy. I see the clips and I'm like, they're not, but they'll miss shots. Like some of them are terrible. Where these players in college that are literally getting paid because it's a lot of people that haven't got the NIL money, so they're getting, I don't know. Anyway, it's crazy. And they literally will play, like they'll have moments in the game. They'll play good, but then they'll have moments in the game. Like I saw, we're at 60 minutes or something. I saw the big article on that. I was like, wow, this is crazy. And some of them are not as bad, when they miss. And then some of them are like, that's just blatant, like, wow. Sorry, I'm a Pats fan, but for lucky, oh man, yeah. If they had Knicks Denver, oh God, yeah. And I think that's it. I don't think they wanted Stidham in the Super Bowl. I think they won. I said this yesterday to the group or whatever. I knew a couple of the groups. I'm like, listen, they want Seahawks, Pats. Who remembers the Seahawks versus the Broncos Super Bowl? They remember the Broncos getting their ass kicked. No one wants a Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl, and especially if Bo Nix isn't in it, right? It just makes no sense to have the Broncos in the Super Bowl. Everyone remembers, you didn't hand it to Marshawn Lynch. Again, back to when the Pats got lucky. They should have handed it off to Marshawn Lynch. You don't hand it off to Marshawn Lynch. Why? Now, again, back to are we scripting right? We riding that? Like, why are you not back to yesterday when it's 4th and 1 the first quarter or say whatever first half? I'm like, just kick it, and then he bootlegs it. So you put it in the hands of a guy that's never started essentially in the NFL. He's been in the NFL for however long, and he has no starts. So he has no real playing time over the last 5, 6, 7 years essentially. So on 4th and 1, you're not gonna do a tush push, or you're not gonna hand it off to the fullback like we got earlier on that drive where we had a 3rd and 1 and we just handed it to the fullback. You don't do a tush push. Or last week, which I love this, where you spread them out. You go shotgun. You go 5 wide. It spreads the defense out. Then at the very last second, you go under center, and Bo Nix did this last week. Got like 3 yards on a 3rd or 4th and 1 on that kind of a third, like really short. You roll out and pass it. When he rolled out, I was like, what? Oh, so many great play calls yesterday. I'm like, calling a good game. And then that, I'm like, you put it in that. Bo Nix, fine. Okay, cool. You put him, I get it. You live and die by Bo. You don't live and die by Stiddy. You know? Oh, man. Oh, look at Battle, the sell-off here. And SLGB still halted up. All right, I have to get into my one-on-one here coming up. Oh, okay. Yeah, here, I have to get into it now. Anyway, I could go on about it, but it just, I would much rather Drake May yesterday and the patch just blew us out. I knew our defense was really good. And once we started putting pressure on May early on, I was like, man, all we needed was one fumble. We needed what you guys got. But a true, like, strip sack, not our quarterback does one of these. When he should just go and take a sack, he goes, hey, y'all want the ball down here at the 10? Hey, here you go. I'm like, what? Oh, sell off, man. Beautiful shorts right here. So the huge sell off down. This is why I didn't like Battle Short. SLGB is interesting, okay? I'm still on Nam's my favorite play of the day. Kind of has that BNAI look from it on Friday where it's kind of slowly ramping up and could go crazy as we move forward for sure. Battle very small, bounce at 5 area, but yeah, I didn't like it. Don't like it. It's Seattle's time to kick Pat's butt. Sorry. I said that. I say it's gonna be a close game though. I say it's gonna be a close game. I think it's gonna be just like the Super Bowl where they didn't hand it off to Marshawn, where it's good, decent scoring game. It keeps you interested, and the Seahawks win by 3. Calling for a close game, and the Hawks win this one. But you get my point. No one remembers the Broncos. They remember, and they're like, oh god, they don't want that again. You know, especially with the backup, because then they're like, oh boy, here we go again. Another 43-8 ass whooping coming up from the Seahawks. They're like, no. Let's get that Pats, because that was actually, if you remember, that was the next year, the year before. What was that? Somewhere right around, I think it was the next year that because the Seahawks almost went back to back, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't that the year after they kicked our ass that they lost that Super Bowl? I think it was the year after, 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway. They went that Super Bowl again, and it'll be a good one, I think. The Broncos played their A+ game yesterday on defense. That was probably the best defensive game for the most part. You know, they could have gotten the 1 turnover, and I was hoping they'd get that. I kept saying that if we get a makeup, if we get the 7 points back that we gave to you, because we gave you 7 points. I mean, Stiddy just said, hey, here you go. And I was hoping it was because even Avery, we were both were like, oh fuck, because we thought it was a touchdown. We did. We thought it was a fumble. And then they're like, oh, no, it's a 4-pass. And Avery's like, thank God. Avery's literally, because she's in it with me. Like, she's in it with me now. She's like, and I always, when it's a terrible play, she's like, Joshua. I'm like, I can't do shit. But yeah, we're like, oh, no. What did you just take the sack? Like that. Like, why didn't just kick the field goal or a tush push? Why are we passing it on, putting the ball in this guy's head? Why are you, just take the sack? You know, there's so many. You know my point. Take away the 7 points. You kick the field goal. That's a 10-point swing there. You think about that. Now, again, let's just take it at that as is. That right there, 17-3. We you know. So, yeah, I'm sure if any Pats fan logically should go, we should have lost probably 17-3, 17-10 maybe. Because I still said, okay, if we get that touchdown back, I'm like, okay, there's no way. I still give you guys a touchdown in that game regardless. But it didn't ever come. And a lot of it's the weather. I didn't know. And then even going to that, here's another thing. I'm going to that. If you don't have analytics guys, like, and me trading stuff, if you don't have someone, hey, yeah, Sean, this storm's coming in, and knowing ahead of time that points are crucial. And I get, well, Josh, you could get a touchdown, that's even more, but you could. The field goal's right there. You know, we were, the 20, 25, that was a close, I know we missed one about that range, but in the elements, and he should have even made that one. So you get my point. We missed a couple, one in the elements, we didn't kick one. Missed the one before half, you know, our kicker Clutch Lutz couldn't, so it was just like, you go back and look at all of them, like, we should have. And that's what sucks about those games that linger in my brain of being a big fan. Those wins or those losses, where you're just like, we should have fucking won. How didn't you win? I love the two. Yeah, right. Well, like you're already getting hit. Just take the ball. Like, what are you doing there? Like, just fall down. What? Like and again, it goes back to he did that the whole game where it was. And Avery kept saying, like, why doesn't he just take the sack? Why does he just throw the ball away? So, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, and like you said, and everyone knows that for sure now. If Nix is in that game, there's no way we don't win yesterday, in my opinion. For sure, I would say 17-3, 17-10. If not, maybe even put a little more, maybe a couple more points on board. Like, on that bad punt, elements are in. We hold you guys. We get the ball to like the 30-35. I'm like, okay, we're here. And we did miss a shorter field goal. But I'm like, okay, I think if Nix is in the game, we may get a little more throw. Point being, I think we score a touchdown there even. So it's, oh well, it sucks. I said this last week when Buffalo at the end of the game, an hour afterward, how pissed off. Back-to-back Mondays, last Monday and last Sunday, about the same actually feeling almost. Like, what the fuck, an hour after the game you come out? I've never seen this ever before. Hey guys, want to let you know Bo broke his ankle. Why can't we talk to Bo then? Why didn't no one get to talk to Bo about it? Bo just immediately going into surgery. It's already planned. Just an hour after the game is. Man, unless he has something that's really bad and needs to be done immediately, or he has to get back for last night's game or yesterday's game. Why was it? It has to be done on. Telling you, I need to stop. God dang it, BNAI! I might short BNAI here. I feel like, God, man, look at this team. Oh, this is a mega point burner today. I got to get to my one-on-one. I'll jump right back on the mic for 3 minutes. 3 minutes, I'll jump back on the mic, something like that, before I get into my next one-on-one. All right, team? Or my TTP meeting. So I have a one-on-one, small little break, trade the pool meeting for like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, if that. All right? I'll be back for a snippet, and then back after the meeting. I'll let you know what I'm looking to trade. We are halting down right now on BNAI. The only thing about this now, it's getting back into the charting. So I think we could have one more leg down into, like, you see what I'm saying? We're getting back into the breakout zone of 23, 24. I think that's where we're going to start to see a bounce somewhere in the mid, I'd say mid, but 22, 23, 24. Somewhere in there is where I feel we're going to see a bounce. So I mean, it still could get a couple of points out of it. I'm going to put NAM, SLGB right here. I'm going to put SLGB right here since it's rolling. It's no news. I have no idea why this is spiking. I don't know if this is in sympathy of BNAI. BNAI is a brand note, and that's something completely different than Smart Logistics, I would imagine. Battle's completely dying off, so that's why we're going to put NAM right here. And NAM, I still like the bounce play back down here, okay? 420, 430 area, okay? 420, 430 area for NAM's bounce play. Any questions you guys have? Mr. Gaffney? Mr. Andre T. Webb? Aussie Chick, anyone out there listening to my rant and raving about, God bless, that is the worst way to lose when you just gave away the only touchdown they even got close to. Really, I say close, but pretty much the only touchdown they got close to getting, you just gave it to them. I think they only had one other drive. The missed field goals, you go for it on fourth and you throw it on fourth instead of you got a fucking foot to go. You got a foot to go and you're going to throw it with the backup that's never played in the NFL. Almost said never traded. Hey, that's what I was telling Avery because she played soccer. Okay, PK. Hey, Avery, now, fuck you. Yeah. Starters. Hey, yeah, you. Yeah, on the bench. You haven't played in how many years? Get in here. Yeah, come on. Game's on the line. We're gonna put it on your foot. You haven't. Come on. You don't go, hey, back up. You haven't played in how long? We're gonna pass it on 4th and 1, and then. Oh, it just makes me wanna. And Sean Payton, I want to smack him around. I'm gonna smack him around, the whole team. Smack whoever's writing these games around and say, come on. Let Bo Nix come. If anything, let Bo Nix play. He ain't hurt. He needs to be in the game playing. Because he broke his ankle. Remember, in the game, he still had a play after that where he threw it. So he broke his ankle, I suppose, on one play. Was walking around just fine because it seemed like the people, blah, blah, blah. Have you seen this? He's walking around just fine. He didn't have a hobble. And that's what I thought and everyone thought had happened was the last play when he kneeled it down because he kind of had a weird kneel down and then he got up and was kind of hobbling. The play before that was a pass that was ended up being pass interference that gave us the Bills win, but he threw off his foot and he wasn't hobbling in. It's just couldn't we get our Super Bowl this year? No offense, Pats the Seahawks, F you guys. The Broncos back on top. Give me both. All right, SPY, what do we got going on here? So the main movers I like is NAM, SLGB, and Holy BNAI sauce. I don't think there's anything else running in the small cap sector. I need to get over to my one-on-one. They're probably like, dude, hurry up, quit talking. I don't think I see anything. I'm going over to different scanners here. Yeah, not seeing anything. All right, I'll be back here in between my one-on-one and my meeting. I'll go to Awesome T-Web. Yeah, yep. No, sir. Thanks. You're good, Mr. Yeah, yeah. And I like it still down here. If this squeezes, okay, and everyone who wants to answer this, if this squeezes T-Web, Aussie Chick, Robert, Chef Boy, and goes to 570, 585, 590, where's the bounce play on NAM? NAM. Hello, Vietnam. Vietnam. Where's the bounce play at? I'm already showing you where the bounce play is going to be at, right? This area. So if we can hopefully squeeze to 6 and go see Bo Nix, 520 area would be the bounce play. All right. I'll be back here in a bit, team. My guy is probably like, dude, hurry up, Josh. I'll see you guys here in about an hour on the dot for a quick little recap. All right. If you do want to, again, see where BNAI opens up at, should open up at 13 after and 6 seconds, which is coming up here in just a moment. 13 after and 6 seconds. Watch for this to come down to around 23, 24, maybe even a little bit lower for more continuation for a short. All right. I'll be back here in just a few. just jumping on the mic for you guys here in between my one-on-one. We have Meta rolling. So Meta watch for a dip buy somewhere in between 671.50 to 671, somewhere in this area. And I'm still waiting to get dip buy. I like this area still down here around 420, 430 for NAMM. So we'll see if we get a dip buy around 425, 430 area. Move slowly but surely dying on off. Same with BNAI. I'm watching BNAI still. It's kind of ramping back on around, trying to make a W shape. But for right now, for sure, the plays to be had in MBAI. So let's go back to the 1 year, 1 day. Wow. Okay, so new IPO play. MBAI probably just getting some sympathy from a very similar letter play. And BNAI. Literally just missing one letter from BNAI on Monday or from Friday. So nice W shape. This has next leg up potential to 350, over that then to 4. Bounce play potential is going to be right around 3 to 295. Go in. All right. I'll be back here after the meeting's over, team. All right, just want to jump back on the mic in betweens. In betweens back in a few. back at it. Here we go. Just was jumping on the mic real quickly. Boom. We're there. We're good. Okay, check, 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 check. We are good. Really nothing going on. I think everything's pretty much died off, actually, now looking back at everything here in chat. Even most traders were looking at on the Discord or even on, like, the Stock Rocks, where you get some active forums, people chatting it up. I did cancel my orders, by the way. Still was holding up with a decent bounce play area. I canceled them forever ago, somewhere through here. I meant to tell you guys that. Another good play, though, was MBAI. Really seemed to be getting that sympathy from BNAI, which, by the way, did kind of flutter its way back on out and float in between two lines I've had in, which is awesome. Let's go check this out real quickly. Move got some decent moves today, nothing too crazy. Start of the day was where it really was at in that kind of double top. Check the lines out. Came down today, BNAI did. Perfectly bounced off my line. I have at 26.50 essentially. Then came up and started failing at a line I have in at 37. And it's just been channeling in within that. Coming back on down for MBAI. Watch for the 275 crack for the move down to 250. Under that, then it goes down to probably 220 area. On the way up, strong resistance comes in at 320 into this 340 area. Then over that, you can see a lot at 380 or so. Most other small cap tickers that I'm looking at, really, this is where we're at. You know, I'm kind of going across the board here, and I don't see anything else with volume that actually is moving today. Battle didn't do anything. BNRG, nothing. VTS, way too low volume. BNAI, NIV. Okay, cool. All right. Sweet. I'm just checking stuff. NAM, and that was the one, of course, we've been looking at. Like today, it's so funny when it's cold. The dogs they pretty much don't even move. They're like, yeah, we're not moving. We're gonna stay here. Stay under the covers or next to you, essentially. Alright, sweet. Put move here. Go through some large cap tickers. I know I see you, handsome, down there. Emilio. So, I know I see you guys. I'm gonna lay down. Amazon pretty gross and flat today. AMD not much of movement today. Man, some really small moves here in the small cap or large cap sector. BABA was up, not down, but BABA was a decent move today. So BABA's not bad. Meta, we already talked about. Really nice day there for Meta. Oh man, Google with an absolute monster day there. I say monster, but it's out to the right now. But Google with a nice day so far. There for Ant B. Go through the list here. Meta, we already know about. PLTR, how'd we do? Ooh, really tight. Nothing today from PLTR. We'll go to NVDA. Internet running really slow because of all the snow and stuff. Tesla, yeah, NVDA not that great today, and Tesla's pretty flat out. So Google and Meta, kind of your large cap winners for the day. SPY was up at the bell and has been straight out to the right for the last couple of hours. Not there from the SPY at all. I'd watch for a pullback on the SPY back down to 92.50 area, down to 92.35, and under that, then we go down to around 91.85 area. SPY definitely out to the right and not looking too good. So BABA, Google, Meta, your real small or large cap winners. I'll put that out there. Google, BABA, Meta, large cap winners. All right, sweet. I'm back here, team. Probably back here for Power Hour commentary here in about 2 hours. Got one-on-ones throughout the day here. Just really busy. Just loaded up today. If you have any questions, put them in chat. I'm here all day long. Not really. I'm in and out of the office, or I'm doing one-on-ones regardless. Again, we'll put these levels in with MBAI 275. Support with 225 resistance. All right, I'll be back here in just a bit, team. Hopping into a one-on-one. You guys have some fun. It's slow out, so just be going over charting. I'd be going over charts, levels, putting lines in, downtrend lines, go back to plays from last week, go back to how you missed in BNAI on Friday and the move that we had, which was crazy, big, huge spike in move on Friday that ran, you know, of course, go look at BNAI. We know what it did here and what we're doing now, but go chart it. Be back here in just a bit after this session. Here we are back in the saddle. How we doing? Little afternoon commentary while I got a little break in time. New high of day for Meta. Nice new high of day. Good bounce to the 250 mark. We identified that earlier. Going real quickly, of course, put some lines in for you guys. Get plenty of lines over here for BNAI. Here are going to be your main support resistance lines here for MBAI. So there's some support resistance zones. I'd say right there around 275 has got a little bit of one. If you want to put one in at 275, you can. I don't want to put too many lines in a tight area, but 350, close to 345 is the other one. So we got the 251, we got the 3 in the 345 area. Google and Google and Meta, two of your better runs for the day. Again, get to this lunchtime. We just don't see a lot of good movement from the plays anymore that move up or down for the day. You get this so often anymore where these plays essentially just sit out for the right and really don't do a lot. BNAI though, this one's on a nice good uptrend channel. There's your uptrend channel. Now we overextended off of it, but again, earlier in the day, really running in and out of my lines really pretty here. I'm going to go back and zoom back out. These are trend lines from Friday we can get rid of. They're not really working that well right now. There's your uptrend channel for the day. Main resistance right here, right around 50. Now, we could make this line a little bit higher, right? And probably go right there-ish with it. Go to level up with pre-market. Would also show candlestick confirmation, at least here in the 5-minute time frame, where we continue to fail at. If we do get over this 5130 mark, watch for this to confirm. If we do, to move back up minimal, most likely could see a run up to around 57, over 57. It's going back into 60. Do we make a day 2 run? This is exactly what I figured we get for the day, and then this. I'm a little surprised we're getting this, and the only reason I'm guessing we're getting this, or this extra pop, is because we're getting no one else. Nothing's running for the day. No other small caps running. I was just checking around across different chat rooms, lobbies that stream live all day. Who's yapping it up, what they're looking at. Even going, of course, over the top gainers board, the scanners, and looking at the scanners too as well.
That bad boy spiking.
Not a lot going on there.
Want to bet 5 on it? You want to bet? Who want to bet 5 on it? Who want to bet 5 on it? We crack that 1580 down. Watch the spy gonna do. I can bet my body.
Little J Trades right there is going live. He's just looking at the same thing as always. Little spy action. It's not a lot of people usually. Which is they're live right now. Wolf Trading. I'll be live with Wolf Trading again on Wednesday this week, talking some trade the pool action. I'm sure with them. But going over to the small cap sector for the most part, it is just slower out. It's all BNAI, if anything, at this point moving. Let's go to the scanners board. Oh yeah, nothing. I didn't see many mineral plays run today either. That's really been a theme over the past couple of weeks, especially last week, for sure. Or the theme has been mineral plays running, and then all of a sudden now we get AI on AI plays starting to run here back-to-back days. So we have BNAI, MBAI. We've seen that GXAI from earlier in the day was popping up. So you'll see a lot of that sympathy, or whether it has news or not, it's just that similar lettering. It just gets off the ground. Next thing you know, traders are trading. It's in the high of day momentum scanner, yada, yada, yada. It's hitting other people's charts and scanners across the board, whichever scanners you're using. It's up X amount of percent now, and now traders are looking at it. I mean, right now with MBAI, like this play in itself, middle of the day, morning, I should say, an hour in, nothing. Right? And then out of nowhere, we go flying, and we're still up over 100% all movement from today. Nice, good double top look so far there. This may come back on down. I'll give it probably this 5 to 10 minutes here, maybe possibly at most, for it to flag up and squeeze for more. Otherwise, it may start to come back on down. Major support comes in at 46, and then for sure at 41, which we didn't see much today. And again, this line that we came to respect as resistance at 37 didn't see any support. So I would imagine now that we've slowed down in the sell-off, if we do see any, won't be anything like earlier in the day. and could see some bounces. But again, look how big the volume bursts in these candles are comparing with earlier in the day. There's a lot of volume here for BNAI. This is where I don't think traders are going to be moving away from. It doesn't seem like any day or time soon. Three still showing up some strong resistance there for MBAI. 250 support's really nice. 3 resistance is showing up still strong. A nice uptrend channel though overall. I mean, if you want to come in here and start putting some lines in on MBAI right here, boom, resistance, boom. Let's go to support. Boom. So there's your uptrend channel right there. Those would be it. Those are your 2 plays. Otherwise, for large caps, it's pretty slow right now. Just going through the tickers from earlier. I still have move on watch. SPY slowly matriculating. Just slowly matriculating up. Literally not much movement since earlier on this morning. Had the nice good spike up. Over the last 2 hours now, the lows 2 hours here, we have 693 lows, 694 tops. Truly right around the last hour or 2. Just tied out in the channel, especially the last hour or so. Not a lot of good charts out there today overall either for large caps. A lot of them more so choppier out to the right. Amazon, AMD. BABA had some, that's right, BABA was a pretty good mover earlier in the day. BABA was not bad. We know Google, we know Meta. There's so many plays to look at anymore. What did silver do today? Did get the pop-up. I talked about that over pre-market and came all the way back on down, but silver had a really good move up today. All right, questions you guys have? Anything you want to go over with? BNAI trying to make that move. Avery out of nowhere, just a big cough. Poor girl. All right, questions you guys have? There we go. There we go. Just wouldn't jump on the mic here between all the one-on-ones and stuff I'm doing today. Super busy day, or just super busy week this week. I'll be finally a little bit more back to normal next week. I say normal, but a little bit more open with you guys, so I'm not doing a ton of different one-on-ones. It'll be a little bit less next week. Really all through February, which will be really nice, so I can, I'll like streaming live with you guys. It's fun. I need to get someone from Dual Stream Friday, maybe get a round table of people together too as well. I need to keep forgetting about that. I know, I see you're so handsome. All caught up on my end. Hot dogs. They get crazy how fast the dogs pass out in here. They'll come in here and pass out. What are you doing there, Chimilios? What are you doing? Playing with the toy? Alright. Yeah, nah, I would go with the original uptrend channel. Like, if let's just go over to this chart so you can see it a little bit better here. Possibly. Possibly. Boom. We'll go to the 5 minute. What's up, T-Web? Didn't get to trade so far today. I missed two different trades. Yeah, there's not been a lot out there. It's been a little bit more of more of a lackluster day in my opinion compared to what we had on Friday. I thought today we would get some action. Pre-market there was some action, but it wasn't really that great. And then even into market now, right? It's just kind of been meh. Hey, some trades would be out, but not a lot. Not a lot. And again, go back to Friday and what this play did, BNAI. You really thought today was going to come out with the heaters, the bangers. Just really not so much. But that would be your first uptrend channel right there, just to make it parallel and what I would look. And then it almost bounces. I said it does bounce on it, goes a little bit below it. But, other than that, I was going to try to maybe mark one from here to there. But it's just really real, just main resistance is showing up here off this, looking for a double top potential. And that's why I'm playing. If it reclaims 50, which it has, definitely has a shot to squeeze here, go back up to the open price and through it. And kind of break back out to that pre-market main resistance area and what we saw on Friday, which is right around 60s. Somewhere in the 60s is where I could see this play. If it gets through 55, we're going to see in the 60s for sure. And if you're quick and you're fast and you use hotkeys or you're good with with trading these quick movers, no way you don't make a good $3, $4, $5, 3, 4, 5 points out of it. Let's see, 3 and 2. That's all good. It's all good. Hey, there can be days like today, brother. Ain't no doubt about it. You're gonna have a lot of days like today where it's just, and that's a good thing too. We have to start building this stuff in, which a lot of traders have that issue of building this in, which is discipline, patience, wait for trades and setups to come to you. Don't overtrade. Just wait for it. If it doesn't come, then it doesn't come. Uptrend starting to slowly crack this uptrend, which if anything just really just says that, hey, I'm probably going to start moving out to the right, which you can see the trend line that we were on goes back to showing you how trend line cracks really aren't working that great anymore. We'll get back to that working. Now there will be a line, there'll be a time again when I say, guys, short this and it cracks this trend line, even yesterday as we head into power, obviously, in a trade to take for myself, even really. And watch it to easily come down to 250. And man, we might even get the sell off from there. And the next thing you know, you're down to the 225 mark. So just not getting that now. There forever they were working like literally every day, working easy peasy, schmeezy. Just every day, easy peasy. Just not getting that now. It sucks, but they'll come back. That's why I want to just delete this uptrend channel, and I'll go to a 5 minute time frame because it might be trying to soak back up into it in a 5 minute. But tomorrow, same as usual, trade the pool. The one update would be Wednesday getting to join, what you call it again? Wolf, these guys right here. So they want me to just to spread the word. I don't know why, with trade the pool. I was on with them right around Christmas, right after the trade the pool had that. Or was it the same day? No, it was the same day. Yeah, it was the same day. Yeah, so the same day I did that round table, or not round table, but the Fivers. Remember when the Fivers, wherever the Fivers are down here. But anyway, when the Fivers and Trade the Pool had that meeting, and I was on that debate thing, for that hour, and we're talking trading one asset versus multiple. Anyway, one of those days I was on live with these guys, and so I'll be live with these guys. Again, which you already see 54 likes today. You got 225 people, 227 people watching now, and we're talking, later in the day, not prime time where a ton of people are probably when the first, when the stream first starts. So this is cool. The fact that they want me to jump in on Wednesday. So Wednesday I'll be joining these guys again. I think it's 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours after the opening bell on Wednesday, I join these guys. So I'll be in one of these spots over here for 30 minutes on Wednesday, talking trade the pool, trading stocks, obviously, yada, yada, yada. So that's cool. Just being able to spread the word, spread the wings, get out and do these different streams or whatever. So that will be on Wednesday, which will be cool. Let's see, maybe I may look good retest high day. It could. After that last rejection, it's not coming anytime soon, that's for sure. I think a lot of it's because of whatever mob we do have here in the stock market or in the small cap space, and I know that's not even close to being a small cap anymore. It's more of a mid cap play, obviously. They're all over here right now. I mean, I think a lot of traders have moved away from any other small cap, whatever, blah, blah, blah play, and they're all over on, on BNAI because, traders know, like, hey, all I need is 100 shares. It's like buying 1,000 shares of a $5 ticker, blah, blah, blah. It's about this, they just try to do, like, in their head, do math real quickly. What kind of investment can I do? Well, and like I've said, with the 100 shares, you can bank a lot of money on these just as fast. So I think that's where a lot of movement has gone over to, is back over to BNAI, back-to-back days. It's the mob winner. Yeah, because of course, those guys are cool. They're younger, but I guess a lot of people see me, or I get the vibe of being younger, just how energetic I am a lot of the time, and how much how fast I talk, this, that, and the other. So it's cool to hang out. I'm definitely probably one of the older guys on that show. Usually that's one of the kind of like a younger crowd. So I like it. It's pretty cool. But Gil messaged me earlier and said, hey, you want to do the Wolf trading this Wednesday again? I'm like, hell yeah. Because when I was on that day, got good positive feedback. The guy that runs the Wolf or whatever, I was like, man, we got to get that guy back on. I like him. That was awesome. Then even the chat, and they're like, yeah, he's good. Well, I liked that. That was awesome. I was like, fuck yeah. They love me. Or, they like me. Yeah, yay, So I was hoping, because he was saying, we'll get you back on. I was like, hell yeah. And here we go. So hopefully like once a month, because that was like a month ago. And I was like, hey, let's do this. Can we do like every other week? Like, every 2 weeks. So like twice a month instead of once a month, but still good. Very cool stuff. Competition coming up too. By the way, you can on Trade the Pool, you can do copy accounts now. So like if you have one eval, you can copy that. So that's why another thing, like Tim, if you're listening, T-Web, that's going to be huge. You too, Aussie chick. So imagine like all these trades where I'm just getting 1, 2, 3 trades in a day, but I get to multiply them across the board on, saying, having 5 accounts or 6 accounts or 10 accounts when they eventually get it to, you can have more than, I think it's just 2 maybe. I can't remember how many you can have as of right now. But that's really cool. I mean, especially for me in this environment we're in now, and then will help myself out knowing like, hey, really just concentrate on getting that 1, 2 trade a day, because you get imagine Friday and the $3,300, and I get to spread that account 10 accounts. 10 times 3, do the math, and that wasn't 3, that was 33. So 33 times 10, that's oh man, that would be awesome for sure. Because me, I'm very accurate. I wait and take my time and have the patience and discipline. That would be awesome too. Hopefully a feature this year, it'll go not only on paid, or go over to paid accounts besides just the eval account. So a lot of new stuff coming with Trade the Pool and the stuff that they're doing. Tournament coming up in February. So with the earnings reports coming up. Oh, speaking of also Wednesday. So Wednesday, I'll be going live with them in after hours for earnings. Earnings on Wednesday. We're talking, what's earnings this week? Let's go to earnings real quickly in the earnings calendar. So Wednesday, not only will I be going live with the Wolf trading from 10:30 to 11 my time, so 2 hours after the opening bell for 30 minutes, which is key. That's good. That's a nice, good time to go live. Then that afternoon for Power Hour, I will be going live with Trade the Pool. So Trade the Pool Tuesday, Trade the Pool Wednesday, and after hours Trade the Pool Thursday. Plus the Wolf trading on Wednesday. So I get Trade the Pool 3 days this week. Nothing really on earnings today. Tomorrow's a weekday, United Health. That's the big one for tomorrow. But Wednesday, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. We're talking 3.4, 1.6, 1.5 in market cap. We're talking lots of market cap. Holy banana joes. So we got a big day Wednesday, so I'll be a part of that on Wednesday, which is really cool as well. And then Thursday, what do we have on earnings? Apple and Visa and MasterCard. Caterpillar, they're pretty big. Apple being the biggest one there. SAP also too, that's a pretty big company. All right, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. But that'll be really cool doing the copy account thing, 100%. That is huge, 33K. I know, right, dude? Imagine those days, and I just sit back and just watch like any of these days. You know, the days I have like the $400 or $500, just I didn't get filled full, blah blah blah. I'd be like, I don't care, I didn't get filled full, but I had 10 accounts that just got filled there, and I'm like, you know, boom, so 500 times 10. I'm like, okay, 5K, there's 5K right there, like, because that's all. I've got a lot of future traders that I've worked with over the years, and that's why they love that aspect when it comes to futures, because of that. They just get in and they get 1-2 trades a day. And futures too, especially, you know, boy, but yeah, you can. Some people I know have 20 plus accounts, which is nuts. I don't know what I'd ever want to get up to. I'd probably only want to. I'd start with like start with 2, just make sure I was liking it, and then I'd go to 5, and okay, yeah, I'm good, and then I'd go to like 10 maybe, and then stick with 10. You know, depends on the day if I liked it. You know, like that's the thing too. Could you click on how many copied? You know, could you click on like I wish there was like an overall tab, almost literally where it was like it showed you all your accounts, and it had like an on-off tab. So you could literally click on and off how many you wanted to copy. You know, like I'll just do 5 today. No, or this trade. Like, oh, I really love this setup, guys. I'm doing all 10 of my accounts. I'm copying. It's a little risky biscuits. I'm only gonna do. You know, I'm only gonna copy 2 here, team. I'm only gonna do a copy. You know, copy it once essentially. That would be a fucking cool feature. So yeah, that'll be really cool. Copy. Yeah, exactly, Saline. So that's something that Trade the Pool's, you know, moving over to as well. So they're definitely, you know, which is cool. They're growing as they're moving into the new year. They're doing a lot of new stuff. Anyway, then of course now back to the earnings thing. They're gonna have a challenge. I was in the meeting today. I was kind of halfway listening, halfway not. I had a lot going on today so far, but but for the earnings, and I think you get like you can trade a ticker a day. I forgot they but have another challenge though coming up, and they're gonna try to do these quarterly. Of course, the last one was beat Bill Ackman. That was right before the money show in October. So here it is. Here we go. 3 months later, February or March, or if I can talk, January, almost in February. And so their challenge will be they're gonna do another challenge like at the end of probably the beginning of April, like when the NBA playoffs start, maybe the March Madness for NCAA or NCAA basketball, something like that. And they'll do another challenge there. But the one they do have coming up right now is something to do with earnings. Something to do with earnings. So it'll be fun. I'll participate in that for sure, but I'll have more detail when we get close to that. And then Black Arrow, they're moving to Black Arrow charting. So they're going to have, of course, they have their Trader Evolution, but they're going to move to Black Arrow for slowly but surely and migrate traders over to that so they get used to the new charting system. So a lot of big things, yeah, coming up here for Trade the Pool over the next month or two. Be fun, some fun times there. Wish they'd do like another money show event. I'm ready to give me a free trip in. That was fun going to Orlando. Yeah, that guy allows me to pick and choose which. Okay, cool. That's okay. That's what I figured. I figured they'd do the same thing. There's like, why wouldn't you? Right? That would kind of suck. Like, well, you get 7. You're doing all 7. You know, like that'd be nice. Yeah, I can copy somewhere else. Sweet. Yeah. Like I just want to do 2. I want to do 4. I want to do 8. I want to do all of them. That would be awesome. Yeah, that's just my brain thinking because I was like, oh yeah, I wouldn't want them all the time. Like BNAI on Fridays is my example. I like that. You know, I would probably just done like 2 or 3 at most. You know, like, all right, let's, you know, I like it, but I don't like it a lot. Here we go. Here goes the BNAI. Speaking of, I'm telling you, this looks like she just wants to take back off and get into the 60s. What was the open for the day? Open was 55.60. Okay. And this is that breakout I was talking about. If you're quick getting in, once you see over that open price right there, which was the open was like right around 55.10, 55.20, you see like 55.60, 70s. You just jump in. Right now, if you jumped in 1,000 shares, like if I just jumped in 1,000 shares right there on the breakout, I'm already up $2,000, $3,000. You know, boom, boom, you're in and out. You know, you're hitting the 60 mark here. Take half of it, if not all of it. It's probably going to pop. It's going to have these sellers that just took that. Because again, Magic, like I said, they're not trading. Well, I'm only looking at one of their small cap ticker. They're not elsewhere. They're here. And so, like myself, like when I used to start trading this, I was like, dude, you jump in this 100 shares, get a quick $3-4 move. There's $300-400 just like that. And yeah, I think with Think or Swim, you don't have to be in a trade for. You can be in a trade for 10 seconds if you want to. And that's where I got used to trading these, where you would just get in, like, all right, get in now. Boom. Immediately I'm up $300-$400 on 100 shares. I'm like, all right, boom, I'm out. Like, then I learned, okay, let's take 50 and hold 50. And then, my stop loss will be back under. And that's where I got really good at adapting and adjusting stop losses or on the fly here with figuring out where would be a good reversal spot. Where would sellers take this down to real quickly before they, kind of slingshot it back up top. Wish there was options for BNAI. Yeah. Well, that's where you just go smaller. I mean, Ingrid, that's why I said you just go, if you go 100 shares, I don't know if you can afford 100 shares on this, but that's not a lot of investment, right? Like, $6,000, if I'm not mistaken, for 100 shares, something like that. It's, that's where you just do 100 shares, do 10 shares just to get used to it. You won't very rarely find there's no point to do options on small caps to mid caps. I mean, even like some large caps, the volume is absolutely asinine. I mean, let's just go over here, like say, PLTR, for example, if I'm not mistaken, has some pretty bad options. It's never super liquid, Okay, that's decent. Never mind. That's bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Let's go to find some that's not really that great. All right, so we're good there, right? You're the thousands is what we want to be looking for. I know B doesn't have good options. See, B's that's terrible, right? That's absolutely terrible. Not bad over here. Well, that's bad too. You want thousands upon thousands of shares traded. But yeah, you're gonna find. Usually, I would say in small to mid caps, and I've told traders that, just especially the theta on those, I can't imagine. If you're trading small caps, just trade shares. It's just going to be it's going to be worth it. Should never be about how much money I can make. It should be like, I want to trade it. Well, just go in 10 shares. Go in 50 shares, go in 100 shares. There's manageable, in my opinion, share size to get into the trade, and again, not that, it's about money, but to still profit and feel like you've gotten a piece of the pie. I can't remember throughout the years. I mean, like, I know there's been some, but I've never traded them. But my point being, I can't remember how many throughout the years, how many small cap trades that I've looked at had options. Not many, very few, very few. But yeah, just go in small. Take her small. Take her small. Get you a little short guy. Just a little 5'5", 5'4". No offense, 5'5", 5'4" girl or guys out there. You're doing what you can do in life. Just take your little short guy, little small guy. I would say back now, if you are looking to take a trade here before I jump out off the I said literally jump off the ship here, jump off the ship and into more one-on-ones. This 50 bound, this area is going to be nice. Now, does it come back to the open in this upper shadow at 55? I like that. But just to be safe, I would come down here and put orders at 51.50. Like when I was trying to get filled on a dip buy on Friday when this play was racing up, let's go back to that play right here. This is absolutely fucking it was so pretty on Friday. When I was trying to get filled on this way up, I had it in a 1 minute time frame to kind of zoom in. But I put orders when this kind of spiked up right here on this candle. I was like, well, maybe we'll get one quick little pullback. And I was putting orders down into here for this quick retracement, like a quick little boop. Never got it, but that's what I'd be looking for here. Just put those orders in a little bit low. You might get filled, you might not. This most likely is headed up to, as we talked about here, this red line, 63, 65 area. If you're looking for a dip buy, riskier area around 55. I like this around 51, 52, a little bit better. This isn't parabolic, halt up kind of movement that we had on Friday, or even to start the day to dump. So again, just get in and get out. This is one of those ones where, truly when you don't have a bigger, where you do have a bigger spread like this and you don't have will I get to that target or not? Will I get to that price target or not? This is like the CR trader talks about, get in, get out, get paid. I'm all about get in, let's have a target, let's take our time, have patience, get to our target, get paid. This is a true get in, get out, get paid kind of play. That's what I was doing on Friday. I was in, got a couple of bucks, $2, $3 in the first move, out. Got in on the second move, got like almost $6 on the next spike. Definitely was out. Look at this, right into my line. Oh, you've got to friggin' love it. Hey, buddy, I'm a short guy. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, no offense to short guys. I'm a fan of everybody. Hey, just don't be the short guy that drives a big truck that's, jacked up on 26s and has 40-inch tires and it's got its 8-inch lift and it's loud as can be, and then you hop out and you're just like, Deep. You come hopping out of that thing. I'm like, all right, what are we making up for? Don't be one of those guys, because everyone's saying that about you. You just know that that's happening about you. Oh my, right at the line. Look at the line there, team. And we are halting down here. That's why I'm not touching this play. It's not bad. It's had its moves today, and I will say definitely profitable today, 100%. Like I said here, the best play was what? This little breakout. I said you probably get you $3, $4, $5 in the end, and you easily could have made $300, $400, $500 on 100 shares, just like that. But that's why you take the profit, because just like that, and there comes the halt down, one after in 10 seconds. I have to get in my one-on-ones team. Any questions you guys have? But yeah, I like short guys. I like them all. I like everybody. I've always, take a little guy. Just take a little guy. See, and even there, like the short. Think of the short. Say you take the short. You get in 10 shares, you're up $80. You get in 100 shares, you're up $800. Just like that, So that's why it doesn't take much and long to profit there, Aussie Chick. We are still holding this uptrend channel, so MBAI, I think, could still get some sympathy and mob because of us spiking over here. This is bringing some excitement. It's bringing some volume. It's bringing some movement. Well, what do you think it's going to do to this play over here? It could possibly do the same thing. So watch this, especially to pop here, close into the closing bell or possibly after hours. The main thing is going to be holding, in my opinion, this little uptrend channel. If this uptrend channel cracks and we start to move a little bit more sideways, I just don't see that getting the spike at all. Now, it could still get it randomly in after hours, but I just would put it on most likely a new ticker because we've had some decent after hour spikes. We've had some pretty good after hour spikes. Obviously, BNAI on Friday, but I meant like new ticker, something new that hasn't popped up today. We could see that for sure today. Any questions you got, Tim? Any questions you guys have? Hopefully, again, Aussie, I know you didn't get it, but you guys stay warm, have some good food tonight. It's cold out. Everything here, because like I said, it's like 65, 70% sleet, I would say, has gotten so compacted because of how cold it is today. The dogs aren't even like going through it anymore like yesterday, but they're kind of going through it like snow. Now they're out there like literally the Danes are walking on it like it luckily is almost bad enough to where, and I've been in this in the past, to where you go out there and you'll bust your ass because it's gotten so and you'll see the dogs kind of sliding on it because it almost turns to ice. Thank God it was at least some snow in there, so there is some crunch and there was a lot of mix. But I've been in some like this where it glazes over, and that like in the morning or at night, you better watch walking on that shit because you won't go in it. It's just like almost a layer of ice. And of course, I've truly dealt with ice before, which is absolutely, fucking ice storms are the worst. Good, yeah, T-Web, just relax, sit back. Nothing really worried about, like I said, nothing really movement-wise that I'd say you have to go trade. The main thing would be MBAI for sure. BNAI, I would still just leave this alone. If you want to have fun, eval account, you just want to paper trade it, practice. Look for a bounce play somewhere around 50. This is 51, somewhere in here. Or come back down here to around this $45 mark. I like that as well. Other than that, you leave it alone. You leave it alone. This last trade was pretty predictable in the breakout and the squeeze somewhere in here into the 60s as we were talking about. MBAI, I'd watch for another 250 bounce or just watch this to continue to grind in this channel. It might get a squeeze up. I know some of you might be juicy looking for a double top there at 390. Just note and pay attention. You see a lot of these plays that squeeze in power hour into after hours. A lot of the time don't see double tops. What do you see? You see what happened to BNAI and you get a crazy squeeze and pop. It goes a little higher or maybe way higher than you anticipated. So just pay attention to that. Again, this will go live at 6 after in 10 seconds. I'll try to jump back on the mic right toward the end of the day at the closing bell. If you guys have any questions, hit me up. I'm here for you for a reason. Saline, T-Web, Aussie, the usual afternoon students that are still sticking around, haven't left the library yet, and I love it. Go chart. I know Saline, all three of you, because we talk. We do these little one-on-ones together. Go chart. Go track and journal. Go over your trades if you traded today. Go over all the other charts that moved today. Find charts and break them down. Go do some study hall library homework. Keep finding cool books to pull off the bookshelf and keep reading new books. Go back and find a book that you read a couple times that you know you need to read it for a 4th and 5th and 6th time. Right? I'll see you guys back here in just a bit. Back in a bit. Don't quit. Love it, students. Get to work. Get to work, students. Love it. Get to work. One thing that I see in bullish setups that you want to be looking for especially, and downtrend breaks overall or any sort of move back up, you'll notice letters along the way when you're trading sometimes. And here is a bullish letter, a W, right for the win. Well, could be opposite on the upside down for an M, right? So you'll see sometimes M shapes up top that lead to a bearish move back down, maybe in the middle of the chart as well. Same right here. You're above the VWAP, which usually generally means you're in a bullish state. You form a nice flat bottom right around 4.90 and 5, which we know if you know 1, 5, and 10, very strong support resistance lines in small caps. So when you move over 5, it's what? From resistance to support. So what you're going to see is now we're forming this higher low pattern, getting tighter and tighter and tighter as we've talked about, and this downtrend break happens with the downtrend break and the U shape in volume. Also the key within there, this beautiful W shape. So you'll notice that within a lot of bullish moves up and a lot of bullish setups, you'll find those W shapes. Now, yes, you can almost say, oh, there's a W there. It's okay. That's what you'll start noticing. You'll start noticing these more often. So start to notice your letters. M shapes up top or in the middle of the chart for bearish move, possibly back on down. W shapes for that bullish move back up. Learn your letters. They're important.
On this episode of What the Ship, we look at the maritime stories and events shaping global shipping for the week of April 27th, 2025. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. I am really beginning to think about change the name of the series from What the Ship to What the... It's another four-letter word. I won't say it here because I don't want to get YouTube mad at me. But when we're talking about global shipping, what the... Seriously, is there's another word that comes to mind here. There is a lot of ship happening around the planet. I mean, the amount of stories I can give you today is dozens, not just 5. But we're going to have to limit ourselves because I do have a full-time job I have to cover too. End of the semester, final grades are due next week, so got to get grading here. So we're going to do an abbreviated 5 stories here. We're going to use Lloyd's List this week to kind of highlight our 5 stories. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So first, we're dealing with the sanctioned fleet. This is what's known as the shadow fleet, the ghost fleet, the parallel fleet, the dark fleet, whatever you want to call it. But there is a growing number of ships that are sailing on the high seas that are under some sort of sanction. It began with Venezuela and Iran, and it morphed into Russia with their invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. These sanctions are being leveled by the G7, by the EU, by a lot of the quote-unquote developed nations of the world. But what we're seeing and what Lloyd's List talks about in this story is that 36% of the vessels sanctioned in 2025, again, we're only into April here, have already reflagged. The average time to go from the first flag change post-sanctions has dropped from 85 days to 45 days. And the two of the most common flags being used right now is Comoros and Guyana. And to give you an idea of the scope and scale of this, let's go over to our buddies at Marine Traffic. So this image cleaned up here shows you all the registered flags for the nation of Comoros. If you don't know where Comoros is, it's in Africa. Specifically, it's an island off the southeastern coast of Africa between Africa and Madagascar right down here. But here you see all the flagged vessels of Comoros. Notice most of the ships you see there are red. That signifies tankers. And you can see them speckled about up here in the Arctic and Baltic, meaning they're carrying probably carrying Russian fuel, coming through the Med, through the Red Sea, through the Bab el-Mandeb out into the Gulf of Aden, cheers, and up here along the coast of Asia. Shift over to the Guyana's registry, and again, you see that Guyana on the northern coast of South America, so you'll see some vessels up here in and around Guyana, but most of the vessels you see here are hauling oil out of the Persian Gulf and over to China. So not unusual to have open registries, what were sometimes called flags of convenience, FOCs. So it doesn't matter if a ship is flying a Comoros or a Guyana flag. We have seen basically ships fly flags from nations like Mongolia, Switzerland. The reason is this: ships are engaged in international trade, and under the International Maritime Organization, which is the UN shipping arm, ships have to be registered. But more importantly, countries have the right to inspect vessels coming into their ports under what's called port state control. And it is the flag nation, the nation whose flag is flying from a ship's responsibility to ensure that these ships are meeting the minimum requirements set by the IMO for safety of life at sea, for pollution, for manning, for crewing, for all those regulations. And the issue we're seeing here is that's not being done. We just had a case where Estonia stopped a ship flying the flag of Djibouti, and that ship was not registered in Djibouti. It had dropped its registry. So we have ships flying under false flags, not the false flags that most people tend. This is the original false flags. And some of these registries are not doing their due diligence in ensuring that ships are meeting the standards. And what is happening now is a lot of ships are jumping registries to avoid litigation and, more importantly, do what is necessary to ensure the ships are operating within the established rules on the international high seas. All right, let's go to story number 2. So story number 2, the EU is demanding insurance information in its waters. Pull over, show me your license.
Into a charting lesson again, just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless, first thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's taught. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught into the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, and I always talk this, no matter what, it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I use, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be. That's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4-hour, the yearly, 1 day. The 4-hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year, 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now, over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich here and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 and support through there as well. So that's kind of your midline drop, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines, you have sideways consolidation. Like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel. Essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to the uptrend channel. and they always want to go and like put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth, right, in between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put it about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle one. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about trade the pool and Thinkorswim. When you put these out, you just kind of, you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree right there. It shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You know, you don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those just channels just don't work as fluidly. Right here where I'm at, around that 20, this is perfect. 25, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. 15 is about as low as we get, you know, somewhere around 10 to 15. So I'd say your channel, usually for uptrends, are usually from 10 degrees, that you're going to work consistently, are 10 degrees up to around the 40 degree mark. That usually even about, I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that, just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the one. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth at the $3 mark. And then I see some here at the top right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. You know, I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see it. It will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now, look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310? Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today, that you could have put those lines in pre-market and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Makes sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just, I think this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel, I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap plays? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to O and DS. What do we do on this that's been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day, 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridors. So I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom. Kind of boom, you know, it's kind of choppy through it, but you know, definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here, you know, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away. Each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? Yeah, no, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one, come in here to the 1 year, 1 day, and see if I see something sexier, or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me a little, still too much information above these lines, but we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735, so we'll put one in here at 735. This old floor right through here. There's that, and it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then we're going to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang, I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. You know, what you'd want to do is take this one because, shit, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both Eli, anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join, or they've moved on, or they're just not here right now. This is what you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting, but this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Makes sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still it's not even lunch yet. You're good. It's not even lunch yet. So you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. You can go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get comfortable in something. To me, I'm good here. Well, there's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3, though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? I would say only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, say, to 52 Ikai, which I think that will be that, yeah, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. That's kind of a saying I could have. Learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, we start breaking, and okay, we get up to here, and then leave them all. And then you got lines of trade. This can be something you can go back to, like Bothy or other traders, even the king line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it, and I know these levels, and they're really working. You're in your early still ages of your trading journey, to you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this, and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be, once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, just get rid of them. So whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here, and we're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. It's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to end market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from... Stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left, but and right. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall, that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. It's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3 minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. One, if you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1 minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. Or not. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? A, it's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. So that's what it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most in any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to CYPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day, honestly, right there, that little sandwich area, a little touch to touch, wick to wick, as I call it. And then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1 minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, is see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. Not only we found it on past chart history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no, 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 no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one that's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle, or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here.
On this episode of What the Ship, we look at the top 5 maritime stories as of August 29th, 2025. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. Got 5 stories for you. We're going to pull them all from one source. That's going to be Splash 24/7. Sam Chambers and the crew over there do a great job. Thought I'd take this opportunity to showcase one of the great and premier maritime sites that are out there. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. This story by Sam Chambers, 30-ton hatch recovered from coal ship explosion in Baltimore. The story recaps what we know. The W Sapphire, 81,000 tons, Greek-owned W Marine, flagged in Liberia, had just cleared the CSX Curtis Bay terminal around 6:30 on August 18th when a blast, and we do mean a blast, ripped through its forward cargo section, sending fireballs and an 80-meter smoke plume into the summer sky, close to where the collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge was located. 23 crews and 2 pilots, one of them who would be not flustered at all by this explosion, were safely accounted for with no injuries reported. The Coast Guard confirmed that it had recovered the hatch and fully reopened the Fort McHenry Channel to ship traffic. The Port of Baltimore said sonar sweeps conducted by the Army Corps of Engineers helped locate and clear the obstruction. The ship itself is still located outside the Port of Baltimore. Here is marine traffic. You can see the vessel's AIS shows it in that same anchorage it had been holding in just north of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. Ship has been there for quite a while since the explosion. Images show that forward hatch cover is only partially on one side of it. The ship does not appear to be flooding. We don't see the vessel changing its draft at all. Right now, with the Coast Guard conducting the inspection, they're going to have to determine whether or not to bring that ship back into port, offload it, or send it into a repair facility. It can't really sail with only one half of the number 2 hatch cover on board, and then one hatch cover has now been recovered. So there's going to be a lot to be done here before W Sapphire will be cleared to sail. First story takes us out to the Indian Ocean. The Wanhai 503, this is the ship that had been hit by a fire. The ship has been towed toward the Middle East after 11 weeks adrift without refuge. This is the story by Sam Chambers. The fire-damaged Wanhai 503 is being towed across the Arabian Sea toward the Middle East after spending nearly 11 weeks stranded without a port of refuge following rejections from both Sri Lanka and India. The 4,333 TEU 20-foot equivalent unit container ship, built back in 2005, caught fire on June 9th off Kerala, southwest India, after an underdeck explosion. 4 of the 22 crew were killed, 6 injured. The ship was en route from Colombo, Sri Lanka to Naha Sheva in India, was around 50 miles off the Indian coast. Despite salvage teams stabilizing the vessel and cooling the smoldering cargo holds, authorities in India ordered the vessel out of its exclusive economic zone by late June. Sri Lanka subsequently refused permission for the box ship to call. Wanhai confirmed on August 25th that the Wanhai 503 is now under tow with its structural integrity, stability, and draft assessed as safe for the voyage. The company said weather routing software has been used to map a course across the Arabian Sea. The final port of refuge has not been disclosed, although Jebel Ali and Corf Kanan are understood to be under consideration. The ordeal has drawn comparisons with Maersk Frankfurt, which in 2023 was forced to steam across the Arabian Sea. I got to say, this reminds me a lot like Express Pearl. Express Pearl, which had a fire on board, could not find a port of refuge, eventually wound up off the coast of Sri Lanka, caught fire, burned, and then subsequently sunk. This is the problem. Everyone is pawning this ship off, and nobody wants this in their waters for fear of the pollution it brings. All right, let's go to story number 2. Britain, France, and Germany have triggered a 30-day process to reimpose UN sanctions on Iran, a move that threatens to shake up tanker markets. The so-called snapback mechanism would reinstate wide-ranging sanctions suspended under the 2015 nuclear accord, including restrictions on oil exports, financial flows, and maritime trade. Iran crude exports would once again be designated as fully illicit under international law. Insurers, financiers, and port authorities would face renewed pressure to sever ties with Iran-linked tonnage. Western officials said the measure comes in response to Tehran's acceleration of uranium enrichment activities. The European move followed Donald Trump's so-called maximum pressure campaign he has waged against Iran since his return to power in the U.S., with a slew of sanctions aimed at Tehran. I will also add military strikes against Tehran. Now, these are being imposed by countries. These are being reinforced under the provision of the United Nations sanctions that were initially there. Again, these sanctions have the threat to remove Iranian oil from the world market. That would put other oil at a premium. We already have Russian oil under sanctions, Venezuelan oil under sanctions, and now we see potentially Iranian oil going under sanctions. This could cause the energy markets and the tanker market in particularly to spike. This is what we're watching. Story number 3, India charts a $1 trillion maritime investment roadmap. So India has unveiled a $1 trillion investment plan to drive growth across ports. The roundtable, attended by representatives from 28 nations and industry stakeholders, was organized as a lead-up to Indian Maritime Week 2025 in Mumbai on October 27 to 31. My calendar is open for that time period. Union Minister for Ports and Shipping and Waterways, Arbanda Sonowal, said the roadmap targets port and cargo terminal development, multimodal transportation hubs, shipbuilding, ship recycling, and repairs, alongside investments in green hydrogen, bunkering, and sustainable shipping. According to Sonowal, quote, India's maritime journey is entering a new chapter. These opportunities open up to $1 trillion in potential with a strong scope for global joint ventures. The discussion also underscores India's push to expand shipbuilding capacity and strengthen port-led development while accelerating digitization in logistics. India has been talking about this for quite a while. They want to see their ports accelerated up, and India sees themselves as the next big contender in the shipbuilding marketplace behind China, Japan, and Korea. Just talked about a $5 billion investment in U.S. shipbuilding by Korea, the first of a $150 billion program. But here's India putting everybody to shame, throwing $1 billion in there to develop their maritime sector. India wants to be a major player when it comes to global shipping. Story number 4 comes from us from Adis Ajin. CMA CGM lines up mega box ship order in China. France's CMA CGM is lining up another round of ultra-large container ships as part of its fleet expansion push. Shipbrokers said the Marseille-headquartered carrier has signed a letter of intent with Dalian Shipbuilding Industry Company, part of the China State Shipholding Corporation, covering 6 firm plus 4 optional LNG dual-fueled 22,000 TEU vessels. No official pricing has been divulged, but recent orders for similar ships range around $220 million apiece. That could be a $2.1 billion deal. CMA CGM already operates more than 680 ships with around 4 million TEU capacity, which will be boosted by an additional 1.5 million TEU in the coming year. If confirmed, the DCISC deal would mark CMA CGM's third major new building commitment this year. Earlier in 2025, Rudolf Sade ordered a dozen 18,000 TEU LNG dual-fuel carriers from the CSSC Jingnan shipyard for about $2.5 billion, alongside another 12 similar-sized vessels from the Korea's HD Hyundai Heavy Industries for $2.6 billion. The container carriers are drunk with money. They don't know what to do with it, and they're spending it on vessel replacement programs. And these large, ultra-large container vessels are going to be used on that Asia to Europe route, but we're also seeing them being used partially coming to the United States and going to that new Peru facility on the west coast of South America. The problem is overcapacity, and we're going to have a story that talks about that next. Our last story deals with that issue about overbuilding container ships. The Shanghai Container Freight Index blip can't mask deepening container carnage ahead of Q4. Story by Sam Chambers. Red ink is forecast to splatter, I like the use of the word splatter, across the balance sheets of container lines in the final quarter of the year, despite the SCFI snapping its more than 2-month decline. SCFI broke its 11-week-long losing streak today, climbing 30 points to 1445. However, Drewry's rival World Container Index published yesterday was down 6%, down to $2,119 per FEU. Those are 40-foot equivalent units to TEU, with the UK consultant forecasting the index will continue to fall in the coming weeks. The decline in the spot indices have brought rates, particularly on the Trans-Pacific, to near pre-Red Sea crisis levels. According to Peter Sand, the chief analyst over at Zentia, quote, "The last time we saw rates this low prior to the escalation in the Red Sea, carriers were posting big losses. Carriers may still make big bucks in 2025 overall, but this profit will have been made during the volatility early in the year." He goes on to say, while capacity discipline, if any, could provide temporary support for freight rates and even trigger minor recoveries, the persistent demand-supply imbalance will push rates down eventually in the rest of the year. According to analysts over at Linerlytica, they are seeing the chance for a September rate rebound as vanishing quickly. Cargo booking volumes have fallen by between 5 to 20% in the last 2 weeks. I'm going to come back to John McCowan here in a second. With the Trans-Pacific looking the weakest of the main trade lines, carriers are tipped by one leading expert to take action sooner rather than later. Lars Jensen, who heads up container consultancy Vespucci Maritime, said that if the seasonality holds up, the Pacific demand and spot rates are prone to further decline. Sea Intelligence, a Danish liner consultancy, is forecasting supply will grow between 5 and 8% this year and the next 3 years, and there is no indication that global container demand will keep up with this. Sea Intelligence cautioned, quote, "We should expect endemic overcapacity for the coming years, which should lead to spot rates moving to marginal cost levels." All right, I had posted a video not too long ago talking about the record levels coming into U.S. ports. You can see the video up above here and click on it. July was record years. I mean, LA smashed the record. They got the second highest month they ever did. And I had a lot of people come back at me and sit there and say, "Sal, you're weaving a tale. You're telling a tale that's not exactly true." No, I told you the facts. The facts are that July was a record level month. However, at the end of the video, if anybody got to the end of the video, I sat there and said, the second half of the year is going to be much different because what we're going to do is peak early. We're going to get that peak season much earlier than we usually do, not September, October, but probably July or August. And then it's going to begin to fall off. The question is, how much does it fall off? John McCowan, whose company Blue Alpha Capital provides regular container updates, is warning of a dire end to the year on the Trans-Pacific. McCowan describes the National Retail Federation's projection of a 5.6% decrease in total inbound volume for 2025 as a reasonable estimate for U.S. containerized imports. Given that year-to-date volume is up 3.6% through July, this forecast indicates a severe 17.5% decline for the final 5 months of 2025. That means, according to John, this thing is going to fall off a cliff. That's what we can expect. I'm going to link over John's report. He posted over on LinkedIn. This is it. Top 10 U.S. ports, 3.2% container volume increase in July. Deceleration going forward will be eye-popping. I always like to give you both sides of the story. So again, I gave you what the numbers were in July going back, and we showed you all the graphs. Here's John with his prediction. I'm going to read right from John's report. More than ever, it is incumbent on subject matter experts and leaders at organizations impacted by these reckless terrorist initiatives to inoculate the misinformation that has been and continues to be spread. The coming economic difficulties are foretold by history and are completely of our own making. In the decades to come, much thought will be given by historians, and others as to why and how the U.S. went down a path resulting in so much self-inflicted economic harm, while business and political leaders who know better said nothing. I jump to his last paragraph. I think it's useful to think of the initial impacts from the tariffs and the U.S. Trade Representative's ship fee plan on a spectrum involving both commerce and inflation. The more one, the less the other, and vice versa. The more inbound container volumes to the U.S. declines, the more commerce and growth will be impacted, but the less inflation we will get. The less inbound container volume to the U.S. declines, the more inflation we will get, but the less commerce and growth will be impacted. Unfortunately, there is simply no good place to be on that spectrum. All right. I agree with John that we are going to see a drop in the number of containers coming in. I don't know if we see the 17.5% decline he's talking about, because the thing that is different, and I put it in the last video, is we're shifting where we're getting our containers and goods from. It is seeing a spike and rise in cargo coming from other than China right now. India, Indonesia, Cambodia, Thailand, you name it, throughout Southeast Asia, Vietnam, we're getting a lot of cargo from there. The tariffs keep changing. I mean, if there's one consistency about the Trump administration, is there's no consistency. And so to sit there and say we're going to see it drop off a cliff, it could happen. I'm not saying it can't. But I think John is right that everybody needs to be prepared for what happens next, because we don't know what's going to happen next. And that is the truth. And what I try to do is sit there and say, listen, anybody's predicting the future with this administration and with this track record we have with shipping, because let's be clear, it doesn't have to be the tariffs that cause the next big problem. I mean, I've been doing this for 4 friggin' years now, and it's Ever Given, it's Dolly, it's the Who.
And this is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK-47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels, because I don't need current, that's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong, and look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is, so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Right click, edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this next, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy patrollies. If this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy matrolli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade From pre-market, when you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines. Which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle, wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, good, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in, a downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. Give me the waffle fries. Stop doing that. Stop. Say, give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle fries. All right. Stop doing that. There's your down trend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell off. And 350. We gonna get high of day. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Come on, be high of day. Yes, 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 yes. Nice, 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 nice. Good sell off there. Let's see here. Let me quickly. Are you on the live stream? I'll type it out too. Parad. How do you say that? Paradigm. How the fuck do you say that word? But are you on the live stream? Let's see. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? Let's see how much room to breathe, scale in and out. Are you on the live stream right now, Para? Are you on the live stream? Let me just know. Let me know. If so, then yeah, I'll answer that. Paradigm. Okay, cool. Gosh, damn, that one. That's a hard one there. I'm like, what's the silent G? It's killing me. I hate silent letters. Oh, they're so stupid. I don't get them. Oh, Skeptic Stoic. What's up, brother? I know exactly who you are. It makes sense. Okay, cool. So real quickly, just to reread the word. Not his name, but reread the question. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? How much breathing room, scale in and out. So, two things. If bounce plays and reversals, right? So first, for both, minimum to me needs to be about 30 to 50 cents. Now, it depends on the mover. If we're looking at a stock that's, let me go find one real quickly. If we're looking at a stock that's like, what was a sub $1 play that's run here recently? That was IVVD a sub $1 play. What was one that was sub $1? Gee golly, I know this play wasn't it? I think maybe, yeah. Well, it's sub $1. My point being, if you have a play paradigm, Skeptic Stoic, that is, say, going from, let's just go down here, and I'll just zoom into like right here. Not even that. Right here's good. And and you're going from, whoa, way too much space, Joshua. Somewhere right about right here, right? And you're working with a play that's going from like 70 cents to $1.20. Well, it's not happening. So 20 cents, right? And I've talked about this. So a play that's around, because typically, let's just say my crowd, my demo that you guys are listening are trading right around $1, right? So right around right here is the starting ground of what you're looking at in trading, usually, generally, most of the time. So with 75 cents to 125 area, you're looking for a minimum 10 to 15 cents, boss. 10 to 15 cents, maybe 20 cents is good. Then once you start moving up to this area right through here, and now you're trading like $1 to $2 range, give me 25 to 30 cents. And then when you start moving into the $2 to $5 range, kind of where we're getting to now, give me minimum 30 cents, but possibly give me, 50 cents. Just depends on what we're setting up. How we always think about this, we always talk about how big was each reversal. So the reversal here is 260 down to 225. So we're going to give that, well, we'll call it really 265, right? So we'll call it 40 cents. So now I know I'm working with 40-cent pullbacks, 40 cent reversals, 40-cent bounce plays. So how far does the bounce play go? Well, that would be my target. So same thing for the next reversal we're looking for short up top, 285, 290 we'll call it really, or whatever. Then we go down to 250. So now we have a 30-cent reversal. So, okay, we're working in the same area. Then same thing again here. 310 down to 270, 40-cent reversal. So typically you want to look at that too as well, depending on when you've entered the trade, right? If it's way early on in the morning, you may not get a good tell of the tape because a play like this didn't really get to move it until in market. Sometimes in pre-market, a lot of our plays we're looking at them for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't really need to worry about, I don't need to worry about, which I'm going to get into one extra little thing on small caps before I move on, which would be charting pre-market. After a certain amount, depends on when you come in, which I'm going to get into that. But say a play's been moving from, say, in pre-market from 170 to 350. Well, now it's going to show you that. Like, say, if it's moved this much and moved all around, moved for 2-3 hours in pre-market, now you can generally just use that chart and then, also tell yourself what's the tail of the tape. How big are each reversal is going to be. But for me and myself, again, usually like a play, I want to go with the sandwich. I want to say, old resistance equals new support at 275. Well, I know this play needs to go up about 40 cents for me to get a good bounce play. So 275, it goes to 310. Now I feel safe for it to come back down to bounce off my area. Voila, for the, boom. Same thing here. Goes, okay, 320 break, blah, 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 or I want to bounce play around 310 to 320. I like this resistance area. Patch chart history, you saw this too, as maybe as well as I did. Have your line in there already. Okay, give me 40 cents, minimum 40 cents. Well, we break out. We'll call the top area 320. To 355, right? So 35 cents, especially from here, definitely is 40 cents. Voila. Wait for the 40-cent pullback, and then you get your bounce play. Trying to hold this shit yet again on another 40-cent pullback. 340 down to 3. So does that make sense? Skeptic, Stoic, Paradigm, also King Lion, everyone else out there listening, and hopefully everyone that's going to be listening to this future right now, whether it's December the 1st, the 21st of November, whenever you're watching this. That's what I'm always looking for. Make it make sense. Like I always say, build me the chart. Show me the chart. Look at this, fucking perfect. Now we're about to be a 40-cent bounce play. This chart's running technically sound. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll build a technically sound chart where you can get a lot of different. I hate this because I want 350 to be the high of day. But yes, that's what I'm always looking for. Look at the bounce, and so always look at the reversals. The other thing I want to show you is coming in to chart in pre-market. I'm going to have to go back and find something that's moved here. Already 30 minutes into this. So this is a small cap part 1. Maybe I'll make this 2 parts, and this is going to be small caps. So I think I'll do that. I'll do small caps right now. We'll take a break. I'll come back and do large caps this afternoon because I don't want to make this too long-winded. So let me go to my morning alerts. This will be the last part of the small caps and how to chart, how to trade them. Well, not how to chart or trade them, how to chart. I could go to how to trade them in so many different ways. I did bring up ways how to trade them, right? Downtrend break, waiting for candlestick confirmation, trend lines, how to put them in. So a lot of different ways how to trade them. A lot of new ideas may be brought up, right? How big the pullbacks are going to be, how big the bounce plays are. Now you know when you're taking a trade, quick home run hitting it. You see that bounce plays are 30, 40 cents. You see reversals 30, 40 cents. You need to be out half or 3/4 at that 30, 40 cent mark. And what you need to be doing to break down, and let's just go to it. Let's go to GLTO. Let's go to GLTO here. Let's go to GLTO. Didn't do anything today. Was hoping maybe it possibly would. Did not. All right, let's go to GLTO. So in GLTO, there's stocks that have already been running. I know, and this isn't the greatest of examples, but it's a decent one. But say you're not always up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Regardless if you are, and we are now at 7 o'clock. When I come in, because most days when I come in, I'm not a super early pre-market trader, although right now that's where a lot of the spikes and the moves are happening. Earlier than they used to be. Used to be, because you can see I'm Central Time Zone, right? So used to be they were from most of the time in most of my journey, right around this PR release 7, 7:30, and 8. Those were the big PR times, right? So Eastern Time Zone would be 8, 8:30, and 9. That's when all the action was, the spikes were, the reversals were, the shorts were finally happening then. even if they were running a little bit before that. But now a lot of the spikes in the movement are happening 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning locally for me. Point being, when I come in at 7 o'clock, I literally just start using the charting at hand. I don't go back in time. There's no reason to go back in time, and I'll show you why here, and I'll put levels in, even on this kind of the chaotic mover, on how you can just trade. And here's one line up top already, but let me just go in and put some more extra lines in here, and we'll see how these lines work out over the next foreseeable future and for the weeks to come. Weeks to come, the days to come, whatever. Maybe even weeks to come. But boom, into that level. Already got the line in right here, the yellow line. We got a little new, I got the trend line. That's the trend line right here. That line right here is the uptrend channel. So those would be the lines that I could say possibly I could look to trade, right? Those are kind of my areas if I work into market that I would look to be trading at resistance level. Of course, if you want to, have this top green line in, but then we can just see here, once we get into market, how those lines start to work out. Now, they're not perfect, no, and there are some new lines that get created in, which I'd say you want to put a new line in here right out of this second bounce, right off of that second bounce, because now we have a bounce, and now we have a bounce, and now we have resistance there, right? So that's sexy. This line ends up being pretty darn good, pretty damn good. The only lines you're going to start adding in trend lines. And yes, I would start with the base here for sure and work into that and realize it's kind of a choppier chart, but there's your uptrend and the uptrend crack. You could start it, at a better point if you want to, but I'd say somewhere right around there is your uptrend. Whoopsie, I didn't want to do that. Come on. I want to do this. Right about there. And if, like I said, if you want to lower that, whatever. Obviously, now as a painted picture, you certainly would. But I'm saying early on, you might have that a little too tight. Moving forward here, if you want to put an extra line in, we'll go one more line in right here because you don't want to do too many lines. You don't want too many lines close to one another. You just want the lines that are working out that you can trade, that have profitability zones. So if I crack 20, and that's $1 away. That's good, right? So now we can just roll through here for the day, and we can see how these lines that we put in pre-market are working out in market. And now we can go to after hours, right? Now, again, extra lines that you would be putting in. You obviously, I don't want to keep doing that, but my point was going in here to pre-market. If the play has already been running, you don't need to go to past chart history. If you come in like I do, or you come in later in the day and you come in at an hour after the bell, use the chart at hand. That's what's being traded right now. The levels have been created. I get that, like, what, really? I'm like, yes, I don't go back and do I've had times where it's ugly. I always love this story. It was like 3 days straight, or I remember it was about 3 days in a short amount of period. It was kind of like it is now. Maybe it had to have been 2021 into 2022, right? Because I know it wasn't it had to have been 2020 and 2021 because there wasn't a lot of, whatever reason I didn't come into about an hour after the opening bell. I was probably being lazy because I was probably starting to kill it and just taking whatever. But I didn't come in until I remember it was about 9, it was around this time, about 9 to around 9:30. And there was just perfect, not that we had one today, but it'd be like this trend line. A trend line that was formed from pre-market, running for about an hour, like this back here, all the way. And I'm like, oh, guys, trend line crack below the VWAP. Wow, this would be a great. And it was like 3 days in a row. Come in, I got one, maybe it was 2 or 3 trades in about 15, 20 minutes and was done. Just killed it. So that's my point. You can come in and the chart's created. You don't have to go back and try to, let me go back on the 4 hour. No, it's right here. Because you can even then zoom out in the next days or even in Power Hour how these lines almost work out gorgeously. You don't have to go through every, if it's already been moving, until we get above 26 is my point. Until we get above 26 or this low of day right here that we double bottom off of the next day that we can now put a line in, you can just sit back here and trade these levels. Maybe manipulate them a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I need to find levels over 25 and go back to past chart history here. We hit it a million times. Of course, it's going to break. Look how you can trade. Look at this thing. Look at that line. Look at that fail. Bouncing on it. This is from pre-market on Monday. Pre-market Monday levels that we find a couple more in market that now we can go back through here in the past week and look how those levels worked out like a charm later on. Look at the bounce play. Look at this. This is why now you add extra levels. Yes, true. I mean, I'm coming in here and seeing some of my eyes. I can't help but laser them run on in, right? That's it. That's it. Quit making it so hard on yourself. Make it easier. Lines I found on Monday were usable. Recycle, whatever, reduce, reuse. Recycle, reduce, whatever that 3 thing was when we started doing the recycling in the 80s and the 90s. This is perfect. This is, again, why I love to chart, why I love teaching you guys to chart, why I've said forever ago I want to be the best charter ever. Or if not, and I have slowly gained this, underground following, which is crazy, with Trade the Pool, and that shout out, with some guy over in Europe, and he, gave me all this love, and now he's doing one-on-ones. Well, he's like the Europe version of me, essentially. He hadn't been doing it as long, but he's doing stuff with TTP now. I was like, what? This is crazy. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this whole lore. Oh, you haven't heard of AK-47? Oh, damn. This is why. I hope this rings a bell with you guys, how to make it easy on yourself. Any last questions on the Discord, on the live stream? Reduce, reuse, and recycle them lines. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Any questions? Anything else from you guys? Good almost 40-minute long lesson right there in small caps. I'll do large caps later today. That'll be the afternoon. You got a paradigm? You got it? Anyone else on the Discord? Anyone else on the live stream here? Hopefully that helped out and rang a bell. That's what I've been doing since 2018. Every single day. Every day. This is where I come up with the lines and levels for you guys in pre-market. And let's go back to this. And I'm going to end this off real quickly. Where's it at now? Okay. All right. Well, I'll end on this to give a tease into the large caps. I want everyone to listen to this real quickly and what I said the SPY was going to do today. Put this over in the live stream. So I just talked about it too as well, in my opinion, on the Discord too as well. It's either 661 essentially for the SPY today. That is a guarantee, or back up to 674, the ultimate high of the day. I feel we will get even higher than that normal high. I just did that just in case. But I feel... Boom. Called this out in pre-market. Before the opening bell, obviously, I was going to say how long, it was only 15 minutes before the opening bell today, that I said we'd either go down and hit that 660 mark, or we were flying right.
On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping. On today's episode.
All right, let's get into today's lesson. Awesome lesson here. I know you guys have been wanting a little bit more of it. So we'll get into breaking down the level 2. So more of a broken down version of the level 2 and how to read it a little bit easier. And here's one right off the bat. So let's get into it. we know if this stock is going to go down, and I just missed it, but you probably just saw, rewind the tape where it just started there. We saw, boom, there it is again at 767, 4,000 shares to get through. And as you can see, we keep bouncing off of 767-ish area. Why? We're not going to go through 767 because there's 4,000 shares there of support that's holding it up. And now as we keep rolling through here, and just to make this in layman's terms as simple as I just was going over earlier with you guys, who's got the bigger share size? So right now, all of a sudden, it's right there where there's a 5,000, now 4,600 share. If this gets eaten through, what do you think is going to happen? We're going to see another big pop. And watch us get through it. Oh, we didn't quite get through it. 500 shares left. Oh, we just got sold. We just barely have any left. Oh, and then boom, 10,000. There's no way we're going to get through. See this? 10,000 shares at 780 team. Boom! Do you see how we immediately popped right off of that? And so to make it easier, layman's terms, simplicity team, we're looking at which side's going to win the battle. Think of it as a sport. Think of it as a video game. Either way that you want to look at it, the best way is to understand it, to me, in my opinion, is to break it down simple like anything that I normally do and say, hey, which side's got more points? This side doesn't have a lot of points right now. That's got 3,100 shares, 1,500 shares. So this most likely is going to smack down this side, and we'll see maybe a small little pullback. And then it makes sense even then you're going to go over to the chart and you go, man, there is some resistance. There's probably going to be some big orders here in the 790s area, right? As we saw the resistance from before in this area, as we move up to 8, we're probably going to see those big orders as we move up to 8 again. Until we chop them completely off. And as you can see, here we go back into the 780s because those orders were just too big. There weren't big enough orders over here to beat this side. And so think of it as, a basketball game. Think of it as a video game. However you want to make it easier for yourself and understand that which side has the more numbers, which side is bigger numbers is most likely, like right here. It's right here at $8. Look at those big ass orders that were right there at 8, right at 8. 5,600 shares, whatever, it's 5,000+ shares, right? Immediately, like Dikembe Mutombo, no, comes in and swats it right back down. And so now we're moving back down to these big orders. So we just saw a couple of big orders. Now we're, you see what I'm saying here? There was one, that 767 area. Remember 767 team? That's where I think it was around 3,000 shares or so. Oh, we ate right through it. So there we go. So now we're right through 767. That order actually didn't even come up again that time. I didn't see us eat through it. And so that's what you're looking for. Now, it's a lot harder with a volatile play. It's like pulling up the SPY. It's eating it again. Let's pull this up so everyone's seeing the lesson here. Well, actually, I don't think we have it up anymore. But PEV's float, come on, where's PEV at? PEV's got, here we go. Now I can use this. PEV has a float team of 1.8 mil. When you see a float that's below 3, 4, 5, especially 5, anything below 5 mil, especially you get to 1 mil, you can eat through orders super quickly. The float's small. You go something to, with the float's 40, 50, 60 mil, which I could do a quick little show you real quickly, and I know it's moving slower, but you move over to something that is moving slower, it's SIGA, you can see that overall generically, we're not going to be flying around as much. We're not going to see as big, massive orders because it's not that volatile right now. And so it's a little easier to break down and say, okay, what area am I going to go through? 201, $12. And this is where I tell, and then that's why I just went over this. Start with the ticker like this. It's hard to start with the PE, V, Rev when Rev was rolling early today, SIGA when SIGA was rolling. It's hard to break down a level 2, especially when you're a little newer, with a very volatile stock. Again, why? Especially if the flow slower on top of the fact, because you're going to get what I just talked about. Back and forth, up, down, up, down, up. It's very easy to move through areas. Even big size orders a lot of the time. But your generic train of thought. Find something to learn the level 2 that moves a little bit slower. Come in and do quick math. This is a lot easier because it's moving slower. And go, only have 300 shares at 1201. I've got 3, 6, 8, 9, 1,000. I have 1,000 shares here at 12. Which is bigger? 1,000 or now? Okay, now we're building up some orders here. Okay, now we're okay. Now the bit's trying to come in and play a little with us here. And we're trying to fight. But still, which side's good? Still has bigger. 3, 3, 2, 1. This side's bigger. Much bigger than this side. Not much bigger, but it's bigger. 2, 3, 4. That now we're back down to 3 again at this area. So 300 shares versus 1,000 shares team. Which is going to win the battle? It's that easy. And that's why we'll sit here long enough to see if we eat through this 1201. Of course, we need more buyers. We need more volume. There's not a lot of volume in this play. But that just helps you slow things down just a bit so you can break a level 2 down and understand, hey, this side only has 1, 2, 500 total shares at 1201. This has 4, 7, 1,000 now. 1,200. We're at over 1,000, 13, 30, you get my point. We're over 1,000 shares at $12. What's probably going to win the battle? 1,000 plus or less than 1,000? My money's on the bids over here, the 1,000 plus. That's where I have my money. Oh, whoa. Now things just changed up a little bit. No, did you see that at the last second? Someone came, did one of you guys do that to me? Did someone in chat do that? Someone came in here, 1,700 shares. Did you just see that? So what do you, right, and they right there, they're still there. What do you think is going to happen now? It went from an even game, I say even, they had a little bit of, it wasn't even, but the bid side was winning, to you go to 1,700, boom, we immediately eclipsed the other side just like that, right? And so you've got to see to get back through that area, right? So right here, to get through 1201, now back again, here we go, 1201. So this 1,700 shares is going to come up like Big Bad John. Isn't that how the song, what's the song? Jim, Big Bad Jim. Don't mess around with Jim. You don't mess around with 1201 and 1,700 shares right there. He's probably going to wallop you in the face, and you're going to come back home crying to your mom or your wife or your girlfriend, boyfriend, husband. Why did Jim hit me? And of course, we don't want it to be a woman, but sorry. But yeah, you get my point. 1,700 shares is going to be a lot to eat through, right? And so now we're down to 1,600. So now, again, that's why we moved to something slower. So we're not 1,600 going, oh, now it's 1,000. Okay, now we're into 1,000. Oh, now we're down 5 cents. Now we're up 3 cents. Find something that's moving a little bit slower and go, cool. I've got to get through. Now we're to 1,200, right? I've got to get through 1,200. Oh, now we got, and then boom, ate through that share size, right? So what's that mean? Now we get to go to the next price up. We ate through 1201. So now we are pretty much, 1201 just gave us his key. Oh, Jim, I came up like, Jim, you hit my wife. You've got to be bam, boom, bam, bam. Then I had my dogs eat them for lunch, and now Jim's hurting too. So get my point though. Jim gave you the key though to 1201. And so just find a little bit slower play here and go, which side has more, shares? Which side has more points? However you want to break it down and go, well, 1202 is really looks like they're going to beat the battle here at 1203, right? And so we're probably going to pop up. And so you just go back and forth finding which area is going to win the battle between the two plays. And we'll go back to something that moves a little bit quicker now. And you can tell when you move now back to, say, PEV, you can break this down a little bit more and understand, okay, I know it's a little more volatile. I know that the share, or I should say shares, but the float's a little bit smaller. So this is going to be very volatile at times. It's going to be able to move up and down through bigger orders, most likely a little easier. But you can still use that. It's the same theory, right? Well, look what happened when we moved to 8 and we haven't seen 8 since. We saw those massive orders right at 8. Those big orders came in and swatted it right back down. And you're going to see the same thing when you go down to low orders, right? And you're going to find big orders come in at the support areas that push it right back up. And so whichever side has more points is going to win the battle. And that's how you need to break down the level 2. That's simple, team. And so if this side has more on the bid, you can tell right now, look who has more. The ass. So this is probably going to be pretty hard to get through 770. That's a lot of shares. And then look what we happened. Right on down we go, right? Because 770 came in and said, no. Dikembe Mutombo, the finger, and said, you're going back down. And so that's how you break down the level 2. Now to get through 760, going to be pretty hard to do. We're actually probably watch for a bounce off 760 here. Look at that. Right off 760 we came. As you can tell, because this side was way smaller than this side. Now, reading, the other thing I want to go over to real quickly, team, is reading the level 2. Does that make sense? Or should they reading the tape? Does that make sense on the level 2? Reading the tape just comes with reading the level 2 as well, and you're going to find these orders that don't always come in. And so what I do when I'm reading the tape, team, putting this in, so we have Pev and Pev, we know when the big block orders come in. So that's what I love about Thinkorswim. I can actually kind of rewind here and scroll up and down. So when you see this 760 come in, team, and there's 100, all the way up, that's one big ass order. That's not me placing an order, your mom placed an order, your granny placed an order, your sister placed an order, your brother's placed an order, your brother placed an order, your friend's brother, your friend's brother's brother, your friend's brother's brother. That's not what's happening right there. That was a big order that got filled at 760, essentially. That was a big play. And so I want you to understand that when you see all this, especially at the same time, that's you placing a 1, 2, 3, whatever, we'll just call it 2,000 shares. That's you placing a 2,000 share order that went through right here. So I want you to understand that in the time and sales. Along the lines of quit also when it comes reading the tape. Don't, and I have traders that do this. When I see there's like a 1 or a 2 or there's some random order, like I saw 78 in there, like 35. That's market makers, telling each other to, team, if you start trying to dive down into a reading the tape, and then maybe we get to a day, then I come up with the badass Thanos crossover for level 2 and for reading the tape and the time and sales, that's just like, man, team, stop worrying about that stuff. Worry about the Thanos crossover and worry about your charting. That's going to tell you in your indicators. That is going to tell you 70 to 80% of your story on your trades, your charting, your candles, your indicators. This is to me not an indicator. This is a study to use. So it's a great to look at and use intermittently 100%, but it's not going to tell you. You can't just go. I can't just look at the level 2 all day long and know that AERC was going to go down to 13.5 today on the dot almost. Do you think I could do that with level 2? A hell to the H to the no. H whatever. H whatever. There's AK messing up again. But no, hell no. Not going to happen. I use this intermittently in the areas that I need to. Like right here, there's a big ass order. Like right here, I forgot where it was. Probably set anyway. There was a big order there. And when you eat through it, knowing that when you eat through big orders, now sometimes you're going to fail in them. But if you can't eat through them, what's going to happen? Boom, pop, right? And so it's just about understanding using the level 2. Using your time in sales here, right? Knowing what these big orders are. Don't try to come in here with something. I just want to quickly say, well, I saw this one. Well, most likely it was. He didn't get filled all the way. You know, a lot of orders, if you go back, and this happened to me in the past, you get filled. I've seen Deck before, which is so funny, and I'm always having to remind him I don't watch him that live much anymore. Hey, Deck, don't forget about those other 225 shares, because he'll get filled like 1,227 shares or some random number. And I'm like, hey, don't forget about that random little number you're in there too, because you got filled a random number. You know, that's what most likely a lot of these are. Everyone's not always going to get filled. 3,000 shares, they just, boom, they just sold this. Or, we'll just call it a sell. We'll just make it easy. So someone sold 3,000 shares, boom, got all out 3,000 shares right here. Probably not going to happen for 90% of your trades, 90+% of them. So I want you to go through there and understand there that all I use reading this tape for is understanding where flushes come in, honestly, in my opinion, team. Like right here, did you see all that red just come through there? So what do you think I'm most likely going to see? A pullback into an area. And so I'm using that, understanding that if I see a big flush of green or a big flush of red, and they are big numbers because I can keep my eye on them, because usually these are side by side, right? So you have these kind of like this right here. You can tell, boom, big flush of green, right? So you can tell where areas we're popping in and out. Again, back with the volatile stock, it's 1.5 million float. This thing can go from 790 to 765 to 820 back down to 765 before we can pretty much blink an eye. And so that's why I tell a lot of traders, let's go back to this one more time. Go over to something that's moving a little bit slower. And that way you can break down everything a little bit easier. When you have these slower movers, you have something that's moving a lot more volatile, it's going to be a lot harder to break down versus something with a little bit bigger float. It's a little bit slower mover. You can generally tell where your direction is going to be. Now I know this is just stalemate at 12, so it's not the best of maybe what was one that was moving earlier up, team. Oh gosh, give me a box D. Here'd be a better one actually. Let's go to box D. Maybe give you a little bit better example. Go to something like box D right here, right? And you can use these areas and actually see a little bit more so. Oh, son of a gun and the whiskey. Almost said son of a gun and the whiskey trotter. Is that a new one, Alex Vaughn? Son of a gun and the whiskey trotter. That's a decent one though. Son of a gun and the whiskey trotter. I like that one. So back to box D here, and we'll use this one for a minute. 10,000 shares here at 232. I better believe 20,000 shares here at 232. Team, you got to see not only is the support line here, but then you come in and you see 30,000 shares there at 232. I mean, there's your whiskey trotter right there. He's saying, you're not getting below me. I will be your whiskey trotting full any day of the week at 232 at 30,000 shares. And you go the other side. I don't care if this shot even had this right here, which I don't think it had that big a second ago. It had, say, 8,000 like this, close to 8, 10,000. Well, now we're getting a little bigger, but still. 20 and a 10, bring it. Any day of the week, 20 and 10, ain't happening. 20 and 10, ain't happening. It ain't happening. That's just so big. It's like a fight back and forth. 234 comes up. 234 is pretty big. That's a lot of orders. But then you just go right back to 2. Yeah, now 233's got 9K in. So does this make sense a little bit more right there? On reading the level 2, on reading the time and sales and the tape and what to be looking for right there, team. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like what Living Like Matt says, right? You don't really, with some of these stickers, Sigga, you can read the tape. Even on box D to read tape, it flies so fast. I have so many traders like, when I do my sessions, can you go over the level 2 on this, or can you read the whatever? Well, I'm gonna try. I will try, but this is gonna be like me doing a horse race, or more like an auctioneer. I'm about to turn into an auction. Oh, that is 234, that is 75, the 234 is gonna get 234. I'm like, it's almost ridiculous, really, in the end. Awesome. Cool. You got it, team. I will get that. That is now recorded
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, container volumes are dropping. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. We're back at home headquarters here in beautiful North Carolina. It is a beautiful hot day outside. I know that because you can't see it, but I am soaking wet from sweat. Just came back from a fire call, volunteer firefighter for 23 years, and was directing traffic in 90 plus degree temperature out there for 2 hours. You will not see a realistic TV show about firefighters unless they give you an episode where for 1 hour they're just standing out there directing traffic, because that to me is what it's all about, being a firefighter some days. At least it was for me today. All right. Today we want to talk about a report that just came out from John McCowan, his latest report on the top 10 U.S. ports looking at containers. The headline of his story is this: 6.9% container volume decrease in May with bigger drops coming. So we're going to break down John's report and also talk about some other stories dealing with container trade in and around the world. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. So John looks at the top 10 U.S. ports, and what he's showing here is a 6.9% year-over-year drop in the month of May, with the latest month was a sharp reversal of both April's 9.6% gain and March's 11% gain. Now, remember, one of the things we talked about is there was a lot of front-loading happening with containers coming to the United States. May numbers are reflective of the initial tariff initiated by President Trump, and we're seeing the result of that, particularly on the West Coast ports. It will not be as pronounced on the East and Gulf Coast ports because of the longer sea transits, but we're going to break that all down for you here. So looking at some of the charts in John's work, this shows you the percentage of change in total U.S. inbound volume year over year. Now, he takes us back to 2017, and one of the things you see is that largely before COVID, that period from 2017 to 2020, we had a good kind of substantial growth in container volumes, almost anywhere between, a 0% growth to 10% growth. Where we see that first initial dip there is in early 2020. That is the impact of COVID and the disruption in the supply chain. But as everybody found themselves at home, we have that first massive peak there. That is the normal shipment of cargo coming across, plus with the shipments for COVID on top of that. And we see that begin to level off into 2022, a bit of an uptick again in 2022, and then that massive drop in 2023. What we see coming out of 2023 is that uptick into 2024. A lot of that is being caused by disruptions in the global supply chain. You have the Houthi diverting cargo around the Africa coast. We see an uptick in the economy in general during this period of time. But now what we also see in that period is a lot of front loading of cargo in late 2024 into early 2025. Chart shows you the volume of containers inbound TEU. Those are 20-foot equivalent units. Most of the containers you see coming down the road are 40-foot or FEUs or 2 TEUs. This shows you that measurement. Go back to 2017, 2018. We're just over 1.5 million boxes coming in usually each month. Get to 2021, we eclipse that. We get up to about 2 million boxes per month coming in. And by the end of 2024 into 2025, we're averaging that, about 2 million boxes per month coming into the United States. So where are those containers coming to? Well, back in 2017, the vast majority of them, over 50% of them, were going into the West Coast. And this chart shows you that downward trajectory of the percentage of cargo going to the West Coast versus the East and Gulf Coast ports. And as you notice on this chart, right around 2022 is when we hit the 50% mark, where as much cargo was going to the Gulf and East Coast as it was to the West Coast. And the reason for this downhill trajectory was a couple of reasons. Number one, the opening of the large Neo-Panamax lane in the Suez Canal, in the Panama Canal. It allowed much larger ships to go through. We also had issues on the West Coast with backlogs. Remember, 109 ships off of LA and Long Beach. You also had issues with the labor negotiations there. This is ILA, East Coast, Gulf Coast. This is the ILWU on the West Coast. But what we begin to see in 2024 is the reverse of that coming back. But notice this really deep drop here in April 25 down to one of the lowest levels we've ever seen, just over 44%. That had to do with the fact with the halting of cargo coming out of China, people stopping ordering, and that hit the West Coast first. And so what you see is a big precipitous drop there on it. We're going to see the flip side of that in the numbers for June on the East Coast as trade resumes when the tariff went down from 145 down to where it sits today. So let's take a look at John's chart here for May imports into the top 10 ports. Now, the biggest ports into the United States, there's a quartet of them. There's New York, there's LA and Long Beach, which are two separate ones, but they're right next to each other, so we tend to kind of group them together. Then there's Savannah, and then there's Houston, and then the tier below that is Norfolk, Charleston, Seattle, and Tacoma, and Oakland. But here you see that may change, and notice where you see the biggest drop. It is in LA and Long Beach. That's one of the most significant drops. Now, New York drops quite a bit too, down 9.1%, but it's LA and Long Beach. You see it. Savannah and Houston actually show a bit of an increase. When you look at the 3-month totals, that 3M total there, you see it's Los Angeles down 0.5%. That is the only one showing it over 3 months. If you look at the amount of cargo coming in those months prior to May, you see that uptick, particularly coming into Savannah and into Long Beach. And then that 6Y chart there, that shows you the difference between 2025 versus 2019. That is the pre-COVID number that we're looking at. So you're definitely seeing a bit of a change here in terms of imports. So overall, what we're seeing coming into the ports in the month of May is about 1.8 million TEU coming in. So below that 2 million mark. Now, this is just the top 10 ports. You don't have the other ports included here. But again, those are a fairly smaller number. So we're definitely under 2 million TEU coming in May. Let's flip it over to imports. Now, imports substantially smaller than exports, only 840,000 containers. Remember, 1.8 million TEUs are imported, 0.8 million are exported. Where are we seeing that export take place? What are the big changes? Everyone is down except for Houston being up and Oakland being up. Everybody else is showing a negative, in particularly Long Beach is down. That should be negative 18.6. They are down. If you look at the 3-month percentage, notice how high Houston is, 10.2%. A lot of exports, particularly grain, heading out through the port of Houston. Also with Savannah, New York, where do you see those negatives? Largely on the West Coast, Los Angeles, and Long Beach. So we knew May was going to be a low month. There was no question about that. We heard horror stories about a 1/3 drop in the number of containers. We're not there yet. Remember, the prognosticators came out and sat there and said, trade has stopped from China. We're going to see a 1/3 drop, 35% drop in the amount of containers coming into the United States. Well, here we go. May numbers are showing a total drop in the top 10 U.S. ports as 6.9%. That's what we're seeing that drop being. Now, that is significant. I'm not undercutting that at all. But it's nowhere near as bad as what people were saying it was, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, we got alternate source of material from other places, Vietnam and other nations, India, Indonesia. There were a lot of other sources we did. There was that massive amount of front loading that took place prior to that. And even with the tariff on, there was no alternatives in some cases to get stuff from China. And so while it's bad, and we're going to see a bad June coming ahead here, that is going to impact. Now, John goes on here and talks about that the entire year potentially can be bad. We're going to see that. We'll have to wait and see the numbers. I keep going back to that kind of sine wave we see there with container volumes coming in. This is all over the place. I don't think we can predict that 2025 is going to be a bad year yet because of the amount of front loading we had, the amount of containers coming in, and still the volumes coming in. And that is reflective in these two stories right here. This one from FreightWaves, Stuart Chris, container rates from key U.S. trade partners plummet 39%. And in this story, Drury, no lasting impact from tariff break as ocean rates fall again. So one of the other things we follow beyond the volumes is the cost to ship containers. So when you look at the Drury index, this is the rate to move containers. What you see here is very similar. We get this massive sine wave. July of 2024, we see that big, huge peak there, and then we see it drop. It peaks back up again early in 2025, and then we just had this massive spike. I mean, massive spike that took place in June of 2025, but that massive spike gave way back to a return to normal. The two biggest ones you see right here are the orange, the Shanghai to Los Angeles, and the dark green, the Shanghai to New York. So we're back to where we are. And that just shows the volatility going on right now in ocean shipping. Because of tariffs, because we don't know what's going to happen from week to week, that creates the uncertainty, and uncertainty in shipping leads you to higher cost and higher volumes. All right, we got a couple other stories here I want to run past real quick to give this story from Maersk. Maersk estimates U.S. tariff averages 21% currently. So Maersk is estimating they're paying an effective U.S. import tariff on an average 21% relative to container load. This is less than half the rate before Washington paused its sweeping tariffs in April, the massive 135% to China. Maersk said in a regular global market update that at its peak shortly after April 2nd, when President Trump unveiled tariffs against nearly all U.S. trading partners, the average effective tariff was 54%. Its estimate was based on the group's container-weighted effective average tariff rate metric. More than a dozen major U.S. trading partners are rushing to reach agreements with the Trump administration by a July 9 deadline. The company said it has seen robust container demand growth in the first half of the year. Quote, what played out was not completely unexpected. We did see customer advance orders ahead of the tariff announcements. Goes on, many apparel and fashion customers have now reached single-digit China dependency. In other words, they're getting a single-digit percentage of their goods from China. Goes on, other commodities like home improvements have a slightly higher level of Chinese manufacturing due to the nature of goods. This story from Mike Schuller, U.S. grain exports rise despite Chinese tariffs. So according to BIMCO, quote, during the first half of 2025, U.S. grain export shipments increased 9% year over year, driven by stronger maize exports. While an increase in import tariffs led to a 57% year-on-year drop in volumes to China, the U.S. has been able to find alternative markets for most of its cargoes. The impact was immediate and substantial. U.S. grain shipments to China fell from 26% of total exports in the first half of 2024 to just 10% in 2025. To compensate for that, American exporters pivoted to alternative markets across Asia, Latin America, and the Mediterranean. However, this shift couldn't fully offset losses in specific commodities. U.S. soybean exports dropped 10% year over year, while sorghum exports plummeted by 89%. Goes on here, quote, while the increase in volume was a positive for the dry bulk sector during the first half of 2025, ton miles is the distance a ton of cargo has to be shipped. Demand still fell 7% due to a 14% decrease in average sailing distances. New destinations for U.S. grains are on average closer to the U.S. than China. The other issue here is that a lot of that grain that goes to China has got to go through the Panama Canal. There are only 10 transits a day through the Neo-Panamax lane, the big lane of the Panama Canal. About 32 ships a day go through the Panama Canal. So it gets much more competitive to get in that big lane, and bulk carriers in particularly are competing for that big lane, but because of their type of cargo, it's high volume, low cost. It's really not economical for them to partake in the bidding process to buy a spot. So instead they sit and wait for their chance to go through. Next, we have a pair of stories. This one's over from Seatrade Maritime. FMC, the Federal Maritime Commission, is launching an antitrust investigation into the World Shipping Council. U.S. shippers may not welcome FMC's antitrust investigation as Trump administration takes a more aggressive stance against shipping. And then this from FreightWaves, U.S. Maritime Chief, not a big fan of ocean carriers' approach as agency reviews antitrust immunity. So this is kind of a parting shot from the FMC chairman, Louis Sola, who stepped down as of June 30th. His term expired, and now we have a Federal Maritime Commission with just 3 commissioners on it. We're short 2. Sola said this in the story, quote, I'm not a big fan of the World Shipping Council and their approach. I've been very vocal on this always. Rather than work with us on rulemaking Congress tasked us to do in the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022, they sued us in federal court. So Louis Sola is a big advocate for basically more expanded role for the FMC, and we've seen that. There are right now investigations going on about open registries. There's an investigation going on about choke points, and now here's one about the World Shipping Council. This all goes down to an issue about whether or not the large shipping companies, again, the top 10 shipping firms, control 85% of the container space afloat. They are organized into 4 conferences. And again, they're not cartels. They will tell you they're not cartels. They're not. I mean, they're not cartels. But they do some cartel stuff they're kind of, they do things. And, it's amazing that when one all of a sudden levels a surcharge, the other one does. And they seem to know what each other is doing, even though there's no coordination between them. Again, it's just a vessel sharing agreement, but at times it kind of smells like a cartel. And so what the FMC wants to do is do an investigation into this. Now, this has been done before. It hasn't gone very far, I will tell you. However, there is a renewed interest in taking a look at this. And the World Shipping Council has been a very interesting organization. I've talked about them quite a bit. I think number one, the name, the World Shipping Council, has a Dr. Evil sound to it. I don't like it. It sounds like some sort of nefarious organization. But in truth, they do some great work. They do some good information. They're a lobby group. They lobby for ocean shippers. And that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, every industry has lobbyists. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. The problem becomes in that they represent a group that has a kind of a stranglehold on U.S. imports and exports. And during the supply chain crisis, it became very vocal, especially when U.S. exporters were trying to get their goods out of the United States and they couldn't. Instead, the shipping companies were prioritizing taking empty containers back to Asia to load them up to bring them back at a higher rate than they could the empty containers heading out, or even with American exports in them. And so this is an issue that probably does require an investigation. I think the World Shipping Council should be careful about how they tackle this. They don't want to go too much against what the FMC is doing. Right now, it's just a kind of a fact finding. And so I would let them fact find and see what they come up with. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, give it a thumbs up, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? Well, you can hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. I'm going to go and dry my shirt off because it literally has been soaking wet this entire... I probably should have changed before I came in, but the air conditioning feels good in here, and it was really, really hot outside. Listen, there's nothing better than directing traffic on a hot highway with diesel and gas exhaust sucking it in. Again, when you see a firefighter or, a first responder directing traffic, be nice to them. Say thank you. Just be polite. Don't yell at them. They really don't want to be there as much as you don't like them being there. Till the next episode, this is Sal, signing off. On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, China has outfitted an armed merchant cruiser. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. For those of you who watch the show know I'm a former merchant mariner, but I'm also a historian. And one of the things I've noticed about shipping is what was once old becomes new again. That is the case today with this very public announcement and display of a Chinese armed merchant cruiser. If you're wondering what that is, we're going to talk about that and why this is important. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted on this episode of